Calicut.
Yeah.
Let me know if you're coming. I'll get you the best quality.
You wrote, I think.
It's all right. It's all right. As long as.
You will also saying. People know that the correct thing of everything.
இவர்ல நிறைய கேள்வி எல்லா கேள்வியும்
role of Center for Responsible AI and Environment School. It's indeed a pleasure to from the academia, government, and civil society to drive today's conversation on Conclave on strengthening human capital for the AI era. I'm Srivatsan and I'm going to be the host for today. And before we begin today's proceedings, I request everyone to please kindly rise for the Tamil Taivaltu followed by Vande Mataram. Thank you. To formally begin the proceedings for the day, I invite Professor Ashwin Mahalingam, Professor at IIT Madras and Dean of Alumni and Corporate Relations, to deliver his opening address. Quick introduction. Ashwin Mahalingam is a professor in the Civil Engineering Department at IIT Madras and currently is the Dean of Alumni and Corporate Relations. His research interests are in the areas of public-private partnerships in infrastructure planning and management, the management and governance of large engineering projects, and the use of technology in infrastructure development. At the Alumni and Corporate Relations, he has been, as the Dean of Alumni and Corporate Relations, he has been instrumental in strengthening IIT Madras' global alumni network and fostering industry partnership that advance both research and educational excellence. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to IIT Madras. As you would have noted from the introduction, I am not an AI person myself, although I have used AI sort of in an applied fashion to understand or better solve some civil engineering problems. But as far as this roundtable workshop is concerned, I think it's something that's of broad interest to all of us, and I also have a specific interest along a couple of dimensions. I think this issue of strengthening human capital for the AI era, or broadly looking at the interface between AI and education, is something that all of us in academia are thinking about. And it is a double-edged sword. There are several advantages and benefits to using AI. There are also concerns in terms of what will happen. How will people learn, and will the mode of learning be actually very different today than it was earlier, and what are the pros and cons with regards to that? So I think there's been a lot of discussion, but hopefully we can unpack this a little bit more here and through other subsequent discussions as well. In some sense, I'm sure when the calculator came out, people said it's stupid, you shouldn't be using it, you will forget in your mind how to do 7 times 6, but I don't think it matters at all. None of my kids, by the way, can do 7 times 6 anymore, but they seem to be doing far better than I am. But at the same time, I think I don't think we understand learning enough to be able to differentiate what's right and what's wrong. So I think from the perspective of education and what it means, I think there's a lot that hopefully we'll discuss. And I would have loved to actually have been a part of some of this, but we've got some alumni reunions happening, and as the Dean of Alumni Relations, I'm going to be spending a bunch of time with people who are from an era where calculators didn't exist, much less software, AI, and things like this. But the other aspect of this that I am particularly interested in is a lot of my research work has been on public-private partnerships. And of course, it's been public-private partnerships in a different domain. I've looked at infrastructure projects, so roads and airports and things like that. While we've made a lot of progress in this notion of public-private partnerships, we've not really solved this issue of how can the public sector, which values public good, marry the private sector, which really is answerable to stakeholders and in many cases to shareholders, right? So this interface works as long as projects are small and where you're doing it really as to establish a modality of working, or you're doing it for a social purpose. But once you start scaling, there have been significant challenges with getting the public and the private sector to work together. Now, in this domain, more than anything, I think it's very clear that this issue of human capital for the AI era cannot be solved by one or the other. It has to be people working together. So perhaps we can learn a little bit from what went right and what went wrong in our public-private partnership experience on infrastructure projects and reinvent PPPs, if you will, to better fit this context. And that's again a subject that I would personally also be very interested in engaging with. The mantra has often been to the public sector, and I understand there are going to be some people from the public sector here through the day, and Ravi tells me that we're also looking at doing capacity building sessions for policy makers and things like that. One important sort of mantra has been that the public sector should steer but not row, right? So this has sort of been, when we whole infrastructure story, this is what we were trying to sort of get at. But it's very easy to say, it's very difficult to operationalize, because where do you sort of draw that boundary between steering and rowing? In some sense, it's counterproductive because you expect that the more nimble, well-resourced private sector will do more of the rowing. And you want the public sector to sort of be at that slightly more macro level, setting policies, frameworks, and steering. But that interface has always been a challenge. And so maybe getting a little bit deeper into this particular domain and what that interface represents and where you can sort of segregate those responsibilities, I think is going to be critical to us going beyond agreeing that we will work together to actually initiating projects and programs and missions that will transform not only India, but other parts of the world as well. So anyway, I think there's a lot to talk about, and you guys are going to do most of the discussing today. I'm just sorry I can't be here for most of it. But I think this is super interesting. I'm really glad we're doing this at IIT Madras. I think CRI is now is sort of emerging as one of these hubs where interesting people come together to discuss these kinds of issues. And I hope we'll make some progress today. I hope that progress can be shared with the broader community of people who may not be in the room today. It might be tangential to this, people like me who also have an interest in this. And hopefully over a period of time, we can evolve our own methods and frameworks to ensure that we are entering into this new age with our eyes open and with frameworks and methods that will ensure that the greater good outweighs the disbenefits that may follow with this. Right. So with that, I'd like to welcome all of you again to IIT Madras. I hope you also, for those of you who have not been here before, maybe you have a little bit of time to go around our campus. December is about the 1 month in the year where Chennai is livable. So, please enjoy the campus as well. And welcome and thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I request Professor Balaraman Ravindran, Head of Vadwani School of Data Science and AI, to felicitate Professor Ashwin. May I now request Professor Balaraman Ravindran, Head of Vadwani School of Data Science and AI, to share his opening remarks. Quick.
You made Head of the Vadwani School of Data Science like part of my name. When you mentioned me, you were saying that.
To deliver this.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to all of you who the Delhi weather kindly permitted to join, regardless of which part of the country you are coming from. Many of the empty seats you are seeing is because flights are getting delayed, cancelled because of weather in Delhi. So I'm happy that all of you could make it here. And so we have a exciting day ahead of us, and so this particular key, right? So this idea about how AI is affecting both the capacity level of humans, what the impact of it is going to be on education, and capacity building in the era of AI, not necessarily AI capacity building, but what are the skills that we should be learning, even if it is non-AI skills, right? What are the skills we should be learning to survive in the era of AI? Seems to be something that is, the whole world is seized on, right? People don't seem to have a good answer for it anywhere. So in fact, even yesterday I was part of a discussion on setting up a global network on AI capacity. Right? So the UN is trying to mediate setting up of a network of AI institutions around the globe, which will be engaged in capacity. So, and to that extent, it is really virgin territory for many of us. And even though we have a specific focus on civil service officials in the second half of the day, but this is something that every sector needs to worry about, starting from simple digital survival skills, right, for kids who have to exist in this world, all the way to what is livelihood skills, right? So what is it that you need to know earn a livelihood? Do humans will even still be employable, 20 years into the future? So there are so many issues that we are all struggling with, and so this is but one small effort in trying to reach there. And I'm also happy to say that we are part of these far-ranging discussions on AI that the Indian government is enabling as part of the pre-summit activities going towards the AI Impact Summit. It's going to happen in February in Delhi. And human capacity building and skilling is one major theme for the summit. And there's a separate working group that's also functioning on trying to figure out what should be the pathways forward, and how can India take the leadership and help in this space, and even the capacity building network of institutes that the UN wants to facilitate will also be launched during the summit in Delhi. So that's something that they are very keen on getting done. So a lot of things, particularly in this human capacity building theme, that's going to happen all the way up leading up to February, and hopefully for several decades after that. So we figure out how to exist productively and efficiently in a human AI co-intelligence world, if you will, borrowing a phrase from Krishnan close colleague at CIRA. And so we have a bunch of different activities, several keynote talks, right, and also a couple of panel discussions lined up for us. And I hope that you will be able to actively participate, ask questions, and have discussions as we go along. And once again, I join Kashmin in welcoming all of you to IIT Madras, to the Conclave, and to CIRA. And if you have time, or please make time, visit the campus. Campus is beautiful, and just go around very slowly at 20 kilometers per hour through the campus, and enjoy all the deer and monkeys and everything. And if you have time, do come visit our school as well. A lot of very interesting things other than AI in education. That's good. Welcome.
Thank you, Professor. We have a bunch of announcements and mentions to make. I think Professor please.
Yeah. Yeah. So one of the things that we wanted to do to kick off this meeting is to talk a little bit about the various activities that we have started or we are already continuing that are to do with AI in education at CRI and at IT Madras. So the first one, which we are super proud of, is this AI Samarth initiative in collaboration with the Central Square Foundation. Right? And it's a high quality curriculum framework and content for school teachers from grades 6 through 8, so that enables them to more effectively teach kids an intro to AI curriculum. So it's not a tech intro; it's more like AI literacy, so that's already now out. There's a pilot that's happening in multiple countries. And then the second thing, we are very proud of our colleague, Professor Karthik Raman. I'm not. That's a name board for you. Let's have one here left in the front row,
I'm not Karthik Raman, just.
It says Nirav. But
Free upgrade, business class.
yeah.
Thanks. The group.
Extra leg group. Yeah. So Karthik, who I hope has made it from Delhi last night, and
Not yet. You learned today afternoon, I think.
no, that's 2 a.m., not 2 p.m. I also thought it was 2 p.m., but it was 2 a.m. But don't please, Banu. I hope the flight hasn't been delayed to 2 p.m. Okay. So Karthik is actually going to be chairing this the CPSE committee on designing an AI and computational thinking curriculum from class 3 onwards. Okay, it's not just for class 3, from class 3 onwards, and the idea is to, for the lower grades, just get them start thinking about a computational way of approaching problem solving, and then eventually leading that into more AI curriculum. And then we also launched this COIN network a few months back, which is the co-intelligence network. And one of the key component here, so basically the co-intelligence network is looking at the future of different aspects, right? It's the future of the planet, future of development, future of AI, and so on and so forth, where how a human AI co-development will happen, right? Co-creation of value will happen in the future. And one of the future themes that we are looking at is future of learning. Future of learning and governance, and we already started doing multiple events around that. So we had a mini symposium on future of learning in the co-intelligence world a few weeks back, on December 4th, right? And it was a very interactive. The whole setup was designed to make people get around, move, talk to each other, and so forth. And it was a very productive discussion that happened. And we'll have series of these events going on. And then I'm also happy to announce that we have a capacity building program for bureaucrats, for the government officials. That's partly supported by Google and partly supported by the Ministry of Information Technology. And so that is going to work on the second half of this, right? There is a closed door brainstorming session where we want to do get more ideas on curriculum building for this workshop as well. And we're hoping to launch this completely kind of a bespoke curriculum that we are building for this program, and we're hoping to launch this in the first cohort will start in March. Right, this is collaboration between CRI and the Digital Futures Lab, and most of whom are either stuck in airports or making their way back home after their flights got cancelled. And so that's it for the announcement. No, I have one more announcement. If we don't have this on slides, I was hoping that Dr. Sanjeev Kumar would join us for us to make this announcement. But I also want to say that IIT Madras has been granted the AI Center of Excellence, or Center of Excellence in AI. And it's one of the fourth of the centers, and possibly the final one for a time being, that's being set up by the Ministry of Education itself. So the other three were on agriculture, healthcare, and smart cities. And this is the one that has the more larger scope and the latest one that was granted. So the announcement was finally made on. So we have known this for a few months, but we couldn't say this publicly. But the announcement was finally made on Tuesday by the minister that the center is coming to IIT. Okay. all of this exciting stuff. I think we have some handouts for people on the AI Summit program and also the other initiatives.
Thank you, Professor.
Should we move? So, quickly, Kavita Bhatia, who is the COO of the India AI Mission, she couldn't join us today, but she has given us a message for the inauguration. So we'll quickly play that message and then get on.
Warm greetings to everyone at IIT Madras for this important roundtable on strengthening AI skills and capabilities of Indian government officers. As India deepens into its AI journey, the quality of governance is increasingly depend upon the officers who can understand and can take strategic steps of deploying AI systems in the interest of the people. Government officers are not only the policy implementers, but custodian of public trust in the AI-enabled systems. This National Capacity Support Program is therefore both timely as well as strategic. It must build core literacy in AI concepts, use case, practical skills to design and manage AI projects, which is robust, grounded in ethics, safety, and is also inclusive. India AI Mission is committed and is partnering with Serai, Digital Future Labs, and industry leaders like Google to co-create scalable, interoperable capacity building pathways aligned with India's digital public infrastructure vision. The discussion today on curriculum, delivery models, and institutional mechanism can shape AI-ready public leaders who translate national AI priorities into a tangible impact in sectors such as education, health, agriculture, and many more. Wishing you all a very productive and insightful roundtable and looking forward for this collaboration. Thank you.
Oh, you're going to do the presentation from there?
Yeah.
Anyway, I have to move so that I can see the slides.
Thank you. Thank you. We now move to our keynote session. We have two exciting speakers. It's our privilege to welcome Dr. Timothy Person, who is the principal and AI leader at PwC, along with Mr. Bhushan Sethi, partner at PwC. A quick introduction about Dr. Timothy Persons. Timothy Persons is a principal and AI leader at PwC, where he leads teams in developing advanced AI, digital, quantum, and emerging technology solutions for diverse industries. With over 30 years of experience, Dr. Persons has shaped technology strategy and policy at top government and private sector levels, including serving as chief scientist at the US government accountability office and contributing to quantum AI and cybersecurity initiatives at the NSA and IARPA. He holds a PhD in biomedical engineering and an MS in computer science and an MSc in nuclear physics. Dr. Persons is recognized for his leadership in national and global advisory boards, and his work has earned multiple prestigious awards for innovation and public service. Welcome, sir, and over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having us here today, both Bhushan and myself. I really needs opening remarks and the call to action. Trustworthy, and thank you. I'm sorry to have you move, but wherever you went, thank you for hosting us here, Ita as well, and certainly our partnership with Google. I think it is a time, just echoing the Dean's comments, a call for action. And I'm particularly excited about this Conclave and excited about India in general and leading up to the AI summit and all the things going on. When you think about not only the skilling for AI, but the opportunity to flip the other side of the coin and have AI for education and what that means. And when I'm asked oftentimes what I think the sector that will be most disrupted by AI, I actually do say education. I think it's a key time for this. So I'm excited to be here with Bhushan on behalf of our PwC and Google partnership. Our report that we'll be going over today is based on Google's work, which you have a handout, the QR code if you want to look at the full report and the download. And we're going to be speaking to it here and of course leave time for questions. Next slide. So this is the foundation Google had built on this. There's about digital sprinters, and sprinting means moving forward fast. And I like there is that tension. I just learned that the word serai this morning, it means caution, like you're being cautious, but you're being cautious while you're moving forward. And I think that's the unlock for value for anyone in AI, and particularly I think the opportunity for India. By the way, congratulations to IIT Madras for being the Center of Excellence. So that's very exciting. I'm glad to be here. I'm glad I won the calendar lottery and ended up on December, the right month, as he said, to come visit. But this is where Google had started in terms of these particular things. Go to next slide. And it really boils down to these 4 issues that we reiterate in our report, but you have to have compute infrastructure. You have to have skills, and Bhushan's done some key work on skills, I think, leading out a skills matrix because we do so much work for our clients, but he serves over 86% of the global Fortune 500s. So there's a huge impact we have, and we want to see. We're passionate ourselves about the proliferation of AI, doing it right, and we do want to do it for our clients, and we love the ideas. Speaking as a former government official, I do think the note about public-private partnerships is the right way. Of course, the key issue is the devil's in the details, as the saying goes. What does that look like? How does that done? And I think there are lessons to be learned. Certainly, when I used to help the U.S. Congress do oversight on this, on what are the right things to do for public-private, and what are maybe the traps to avoid. But nonetheless, skills is a key part of that, and I think that's a key role in education. That's why it's an exciting time. You still have to have the data. If you don't have the right data, the garbage in, garbage out problem in engineering is not solved. So you need to be able to have your data and think more holistically and recognize data as an asset versus a liability, right? We often think about data has to be stored, it has to be protected. That's all true. But in this day and age, you need to be able to expose your data to yield business value, whether it's educational business value or any other facet on things. And then lastly, it's always the policy issues, be able to do that. And so that's where, what are the right policies to help do that? And again, we're excited about what's going on at the pre-summit conclaves here and then the AI summit to come in February.
And maybe to add to that, morning everyone, great to be back in India. Been to India so many times, born in London, homes in Delhi. First time I've ever been to India and not been to Delhi. And so I got some calls from my Mamaji yesterday and my cousins. So you're not going to come and see us in Delhi. So it's great to be here. Google asked for us to commission this report for a reason. They realized that in emerging markets, in the public sector, whether you're in Latin America, whether you're in Sub-Saharan Africa, whether you're in Asia, there's an opportunity to use AI. And like Tim said, with the data, with the process, with the policy, to leapfrog. And whether that's in agriculture, education, finance, or whatever particular roles, there's an opportunity. So they see that as a gap in the market. And so what Tim and I will take you through is everything from the economic analysis and the opportunity, the ability to drive productivity. But this is hard work. It's hard work for every private sector company we work with, whether they're in banking, even if they're in the technology sector and they're in the AI business, whether you're in healthcare. We all hear about some great use cases and we're all consumers of different LLMs, but this is hard to drive return on investment if you don't think about it in a holistic way. If you don't think about AI, automation, process, data, and obviously getting the workforce ready. That's what we're going to share with you.
So this is the report. Here's the bottom line is that all governments everywhere have a common problem, which is how to do more with less, right? There's a resource. The government demands are going up and the resources are typically maybe at best are constant or at times might be cut or going down. You have inflationary pressures, et cetera, but that's the common challenge. But emerging markets, as Bhushan was just saying, this is a leapfrog opportunity. This is where there are younger populations. You have a lot of digital natives. I actually think the AI is wrongly thought of as really a tech story. I really think about it that it's a human story, right? AI is really focused on us. We have compiled the most human-like technology, right, by compiling human knowledge, human experience into these large multi-trillion neural network nodes. And now it's like, what can we do with that? The possibilities are amazing, again, especially for technology. So we can develop these things from scratch. That's the leapfrog moment where you're not just trying to modernize a large, I guess, sclerotic infrastructural system. Now you can just jump in and start from new. Triple dividend is you save on government purse over a decade. What we found in our advanced economic input-output modeling is that you could save up to a quarter of what you spend now. Okay, so that's good. You save on that, you get more for less. Secondly, is that you have an increase in productivity of the public service itself. So 3% may not sound like a lot, but the output going in at a time when the demand is going up, that's actually a big deal. And then the other thing is, just like in any large infrastructural investment, like in the United States, we have a large interstate system, like just the roads and bridges. That was built on the premise for national security and survivability in a nuclear war with the Soviet Union at the time. No one imagined that that infrastructure would now be used to deliver Amazon packages or things like that. You know, I know Flipkart is a big thing in this country. So the same idea is, how do you look at infrastructure that raises the GDP overall, not just the public sector piece, but how the spend and what is used out of that is there. Another 2%, all of us would love to have more money in our pocket to take home. So you're talking about an increase of 2% because of the overall, the tides, as it were, raising all boats economically speaking.
This is the what, and this is really important to remember as you think about this, and if you're practitioners and you're thinking about this in the live stream for in public sector, just like when we're working with clients, you don't start with automation, you don't start with AI use cases, you start with what you're trying to achieve. On the macro level, as Tim said, this is what we're trying to achieve: economic growth, prosperity, productivity, etc. And now we're going to get into like methods of how you do that, how you analyze the countries, and how you kind of think about the workforce readiness.
So I'm going to go over this again. This was just a reiteration. Cloud first, AI forward policy, right? Cloud is a new tech. It's not just meant to replicate what we did in the older ways in like the 80s and 90s of IT. There are really cloud powered ways of doing that. So having policies that encourage high use of cloud is critical. Then there's the skilling, not just for one person, but at scale, right? The scale of the size of India, 1.4 billion people on that. That's the kind of thing that we're thinking about. We mentioned data. You have to have modernity in your data. You have to have good data hygiene. I call it data nutrition. Like if you feed your systems and train your systems with nutritious data, you're going to have high quality outcomes regardless of what you're doing. And then lastly is policies that don't take the, I'll call it the innovation oxygen out of the room, right? By constricting things, you want to be able to have that balance and that caution, but while moving forward and figuring out how. Bhushan's right. I think the big thing is no longer the what, the conversation is the how, and it's time to take action. And just like good engineers that we do, we like to iterate, try, test, and go through things, and that's where we are. We created a 2x2 matrix. This is just important. This was a new concept for governments to be able to self-assess, and really companies can do this well, but this is where governments sit, which is you have a maturity scale on the x-axis, like a digital and talent foundation. Do you have the compute? Do you have the people to operate the compute and know what to do leveraging the cloud? So there's a maturity on that. Then there's on the y-axis is the readiness of the government. What are the policies on AI? How are we going to do public-private partnerships, et cetera? And so this point is the tool was designed for a self-assessment for any government in the world, not just emerging markets, to be able to say, right, where are we with policy? What does our compute and communications infrastructure look like? What does our talent pool look like? How's our skilling going? And then what can we do in terms of, like Bhushan said, exactly right, a problem-centric approach to driving forward with AI. This also means that in the lower quadrant, the explorers are not necessarily, that's not saying it's a loss, it's a hopeless cause, you can't move anywhere, because there's still AI movement even in the explorer case, because there are lower complexity AI use cases that have been going on. So one example in education is just an SMS texting type approach, right? That's a low bandwidth, but ability to connect with, even if you're in an explorer type area or the regime, to be able to have that kind of interaction to support doing your homework and to help it answer things. And now it's going even more.
And as you refer to the report, and we will pause for questions towards the end. As you go through the report, this criteria is incredibly important for governments and ministries to self-assess. Is your government trusted? Is there a rule of law in place? Is there a talent drain? Do you have the appropriate digital literacy before we talk about AI? Do you have basic literacy and language skills? I know there are people in this room working on those very problems. So if you get into this, people are going to have to self-assess. This is done in workshop forms and looking at outside experiences. But you've got to start from where you are today. And you've got to be honest around, do we have the infrastructure? Do we have the compute power? And you've got to do this before you even think about kind of engaging people. Workforce readiness is part of the criteria, but there's a lot more around data and the role of the government and the population and the different segments of the population that you're trying to influence.
Last thing we'll just say on this is I think India is at or near the leader category. Like I'm saying, it's moving up. You're hearing in policy. We've got a lot of, again, exciting things about this. I think the summit in February will really nail that down. And I think that's the big opportunity for India. Next, please.
So when we thought about skills, obviously there's going to be different tiers of fluency. To do AI, not everyone needs to understand how to fine-tune the large language models. Not everyone needs to be an expert on how to protect the data and secure it. But we all need some basic literacy in it. Because if you're going to prompt and ask a question to an LLM that's in your company or in your ministry, you need to understand the questions and the critical thinking skill. You need to understand what the model is trained on in terms of data. You need to understand algorithms that are working if you're using machine learning models. You need to understand what rogue data could be there and what hallucinations exist. So we basically said, not everyone needs to be an expert. And we've basically segmented this to say, if you're in a position in the tech teams, or if you're in a position where you need to protect and secure data, you need a higher level of proficiency. If you're building these AI solutions from a digital engineering tech perspective, you need a deep level of proficiency. But if you're working and providing business requirements or going to be an end user or going to be a leader, you still need enough and you still need to be able to be credible and get your hands dirty and use the technology, but you don't need to be an expert. So that's what we've got in terms of different levels of proficiency. In the appendix of the report, we go through this in much more detail in terms of the types of skills and which levels of proficiency are needed for which areas. There's a lot of different ways to define the skills. We've built this based on our private sector experience, and we took inputs from all of the different research from Future of Skills from the World Economic Forum, a number of other skills that are in our methodology, and we coalesced around 3 areas. We said there's core skills that everyone needs to have. You need to understand your business, you need to understand agriculture, education, finance, etc., whatever you're focused on. You need to understand data, you need to understand basic digital skills and kind of how you think about user experience. You need to think about risk. You also have got to understand technical skills. And again, not everyone needs to be a level 5 advanced. Some people can have basic skills around, AI tools, AI platforms, the data that supports it, agentic AI and how that executes routine tasks. But you've got to fuse all of that with the human skills. Many of us, and Tim's a subscriber to this as well, it's the human skills that are hardest and the most premium, but it's only human skills when you fuse them with the business, the core skills, the technical skills. So the skills around critical thinking. And that's different in different cultures because the critical thinking that we think about in the West, where we question, we challenge, etc. It works differently in different emerging markets. So we got to be conscious of that, but also how you manage change, how you think about design thinking. People are going to be resistant to change. That is that what we've learned through years and years of change. AI is no different. So bringing people along. So thinking about all of these skills together and going through an evaluation of your workforce, your future candidates, and as we apply this to private sector, we do this and we kind of understand where the gaps are, and they fuel an upskilling program.
So just ripping up that, the skills the human centricity is so important on that. The future teams are going to be, you're going to have agentic workloads, which it's like you have digital FTEs, think of it that way, but you're still going to have human components of the team. And that's why, again, I think Bhushan is saying it's premium. When you get to where we're saying overall, like what this is the time to take action, next slide, please, is on it really, we're not going to go in each detail. The report does lay this out, these 6 steps to do, but you can always start from wherever you are. That was part of the 2x2 quadrant. It didn't matter where someone landed on the quadrant. It's a matter of knowing where you start from and then knowing how via a roadmap or a playbook to take action cautiously, right? So did I, but to still take the action to start with. What's the narrative? What's the problem statement that I need to do? Managing stakeholder, because fear and anxiety, we've created the technology that's the most human mimic or human-like in world history. And that, of course, invokes a lot of fear and anxiety. So readiness assessments are always important, understanding like where things are, how ready are we for AI with our data, with our infrastructure, and so on. And then also, like Bhushan was saying, is step 2 on defining the problem. Use cases ought not to be just throwing stuff up and let's try this. It really is that design thinking. Great, what am I trying to do? Let me work inversely, which actually engineers, in my opinion, from my training, are really good at that. What is the design outcome? What's the size, weight, power, or whatever it is that the constraints are, and then work backward to figure out what's the optimal path to get to that. And then talent and partnerships like the public-private, the Dean was mentioning, that kind of thing, that is certainly the right way to go. Frameworks, step 4, frameworks are actually abundant. The key issue is implementing the framework that is customized for you, for your purpose, for your mission, because risks of AI are different dependent on the lens of who you are, your role, responsibility, what sector you're in, right? AI and financial risk. Bhushan is a lead client partner for a major financial company. So they have key risks when they're thinking about AI, but I work with pharmaceutical life sciences companies as well, and they're thinking about risk in a different way. So you just have to understand those things. Applying the frameworks and doing the how is really most important. And lastly, you can't manage what you can't measure. So establishing the right metrics is really important. Again, engineers, in my opinion, I'm biased because I am an engineer, are really good at this as well. Like, what is the criteria? What are the thresholds growing you to accomplish? And that's why I think it's exciting, and I'm excited for you all. Again, it's now being announced as a center of excellence.
So as you work on this in the first phase of work, we call it the AI strategy phase, having that business problem saying, how do I reimagine the distribution of education to a global population? How do I reimagine how we distribute, remittances, or reimagine agriculture? Really coming up with those journeys to say, what's the problem? Where do we use AI? How do we need to re-engineer process, policy? How do we break down the constituents into different personas? And then bringing your work along to start working on that and experimenting and having a first case MVP, like a prototype that you actually put out and actually start getting some benefits to say, is it actually giving better information to the farmers around weather patterns? Are we actually building education and skills in our rural communities? Really tracking that success is important because, like any transformation, you need an early win, you need an early success. Trying to tackle every single business problem in every ministry, every department is too unwieldy. And so there's going to be a lot of eyes. You've seen a lot of articles about the returns on investment. Is there an AI hype cycle? You got to separate what the investment people are doing around AI from deploying AI in companies and ministries, because our perspective is this will improve. There will be a messy transition as jobs get changed and people need to be reskilled and people need to move maybe in and out of companies or sectors. But this is there to improve all of our business processes, all of our lives as we augment AI with the human and the business skills.
Bhushan's key words, I just want to pull out the reimagination. There is sort of a crawl, walk, run evolution, macro evolution that all organizations or countries, emerging market needs to follow. But the reimagination, I'm sorry, American baseball is like the home run. What's the cricket for? Because get a six, you get the six when you're talking about like, wait, what am I doing overall? And not just automating as is protocol you're used to. It's thinking that design of what am I really trying to accomplish? Again, and working inversely. That is the six. So I'm learning cricket from, yeah, go ahead.
So we tried to watch the game on TV, but it was bad weather, just like we had bad weather with the travel. Should we pause for questions? So, in summary, we see this as a massive opportunity. Google sees this as a massive opportunity for public sector and emerging markets. You've got to go through the analysis. You've got to have infrastructure data. You've got to have the workforce ready. Those skills are not easy. And we've got to kind of start from where people are. And then just one final point, because it was brought up earlier. There's a lot of concern that now will skills atrophy? Will actually our skills go backwards? We're going to be over-reliant on AI. It's not an AI problem, that's a human problem. That's us. I teach a class at CERN where we allow AI's use, but you still own your outcomes. You own your work. You own whether you plagiarize, you own the quality of it. And so we got to put that mindset in, like the point around the calculators, you still got to learn maths. Software engineers still need to know how to code, even if the machine's going to be doing the coding and they're in the code review business. So when we think about the day and we think about skills, we should maybe challenge some of our assumptions around that talk. But I'd like to open it to the floor for any questions you have, and then you can help us manage the time.
Saw some hands earlier, yes.
So you mentioned about.
Just announce your name and where you're from, just so people have context.
Sure. I'm Arun. I'm founder of a startup called Cosmin. Right, so we're building an IoT product. So the question is, I saw you said about governments moving towards cloud first and AI enabled.
Yes.
And also you said data treated as an asset, not a liability. If I marry these two, what is the data residency requirement that we are thinking about to ensure the asset stays where it is generated?
Yes. So it's a great question. In case you didn't hear, what's the data residency policies? And I'll just say very briefly, PwC is again this global firm. We have great activities here and firm presence in India and countries that are really getting into this from an infrastructural perspective are increasingly focusing on sovereign cloud. Like they need to have the physical presence of it's still cloud, but it's compute infrastructure within that country, right? To be able to maintain and apply that country's policies. So that's a very common thing, and I know I can't speak officially for Google. I'm just noting that Google's doing this. I think other cloud vendors are doing the same thing.
Other questions?
Yes, sir.
Anu from Conclave Foundation. I was curious about the report. I've had the chance of reading into the report.
Thank you.
One of the questions which I wanted to dabble with you folks is to kind of understand your point of view on how do the ministries and the departments redesign themselves for an AI future, right? As organizations do digital transformation, the government also has some parts of the world, digital transformation of the governments and those departments happen. But as you look at AI coming in and sort of being almost like a co-thinker or a co-partner with humans, here in case the government officials and staff and all of that, what does that part of the world look like?
I would start with, from the private sector, the low-hanging fruit is the efficiency plays. Where can we have it in a contact center and move it from human interaction to chatbots? And again, if your business is there, recruitment, how do we use less recruiters and we can use more agentic recruiting? There are some straightforward use cases. How do we summarize reports? So the efficiency play and the low-hanging fruit to the extent that that exists. But from what our perspective is, and you see these in the use cases in the report, is that creativity skill to say, how do we imagine how we provide government services? How do we imagine, like, what's the need for agriculture in the future, wherever that is? And then how do we, get those creative skills and be able to be a place where the public sector can attract and access external talent, whether you're hiring it or accessing contractors. So in our report, we talk about the spillover effect. If you invest in the skills, if you're in the public sector and you start investing in the skills from a talent perspective, hiring, upskilling, there's a spillover effect. You enhance the brand of your entire country. You actually influence the public sector because you need public sector, private sector partnerships. But I do think that creativity to reimagine and say, how can we actually improve lives and livelihoods and GDP, as Tim was describing, and then the low-hanging fruit around efficiency plays. You need both because one can actually justify the other.
And I'll just add from my oversight of the whole US government experience, right? I noted a lot of things like best practices on this. And a lot of it involved, of course, again, that shifting the lens of data as a liability or something you have to pay for and do all that. Like the cybersecurity perspective, again, cyber is very important, but it's shifting it to data as an asset in terms of what does that mean? Because that data in aggregate or processed in the right way is an expression of your business and is able to yield business value. So think about they would then create it's best practice to create a sandbox environment where risks can be taken because the government's mission needs to move forward. The Ministry of whatever has to do what it has to do, but creating a place where you can and should take smart risk in terms of how to innovate. There's an innovation philosophy. It's that design and problem-centric thinking. And that's how I saw things like in the US, the Security Exchange Commission is the one in charge of making sure a fair, free, open market, if we're trading stocks, it's about detecting that fraud and then mitigating that. And they were able to see by this approach, building the right skills, getting a sandbox, applying the design principles and looking at data, they were able to do a huge value unlock to again, police and check all the fraud that is always attempted in the open capital markets.
Any other final questions? Maybe one final remark, because we are in a university campus. There's a lot of discussion right now in organizations about, do we still need to hire young people if I can have AI execute the job? And is our traditional pyramid and our traditional training still needed? Our perspective is absolutely yes. We need more younger people in the workforce. The roles may be different. They are more AI and digital native than their predecessors. But you need to combine that with the business skills and the creativity and the ability to reimagine, and then you're golden. So we think that there's a ample opportunity for everyone here. And yes, while organizations' roles and shapes might be different and will evolve in the future, doubling down on your young people and bringing more young people into workforces and innovating on these programs, which is why the education and pushing that out to everyone in different parts of the country here in India is so critical. So I wanted to share that.
And encourage you, we can learn from history. It was the death of jobs and vocation and all that have been declared many times. The internet did, of course, adjust in things. We can look at the internet had a profound effect on India, but it didn't cause this massive wave of job apocalypse. It was created new jobs. There was never a role for a social media coordinator in the past, right? In the pre-internet days. So oftentimes we just get stuck by looking at how things are now and applying the AI and not look at the possible net gain in terms of value. There will be change, right? I don't want to be light about that. There's going to be challenges, but adjustments are possible. And again, that's the leapfrog opportunity for India, because I think there's very excited for the world's largest English-speaking democracy in terms of what's ahead for you all. So
we're around all day. We're happy to talk about the report in more detail informally. Please find us. Thank you for the time.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Persons, and thank you, Dr. for giving us an expansive view into the report that you've been working at PwC. I request Professor Karthik Raman to felicitate us. Dr. Persons.
Thank you.
Oh. We now move to our first panel discussion for the day. It's under the theme Responsible Use of AI in Education. The topic of the panel is Public-Private Academia Partnerships for Developing and Deploying AI in the Education Sector, Opportunities and Challenges. To moderate this discussion, I invite Professor Neerav Bhatt, who's Associate Professor at IIT Madras. Professor Neerav Bhatt is an Associate Professor at IIT Madras. Technology-enabled education, institutional innovation. He has been actively involved in research and practice at the intersection of education systems and transformation. Over to you, Professor. And I also request the panelists to come to the. There's no stage, but yeah. In this order, Professor Sanjeev Kumar, Mr. Banu Buddha, Mr. Nagarajan, Dr. Makran. I also request Professor Neerav to kindly introduce our panel. Thank you. You need the.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. This is what you get when you go later in the reference office. I work for you. Thanks for this part of this nice conclave. Traveling from the other campus for some work, and I had an opportunity to be part of this.
Flight landed in Chennai. What can I do?
That is another thing, sir. It is easier to come from the other side of ocean than from
Delhi.
Delhi itself. Yeah, I agree with that. So thank you all, and have a nice. We have a very prestigious panel members. I'll start with Professor Sanjeev Kumar, who is the adjunct professor at IIT Madras. He has been in academic action as well as researcher engaged in AI and technology-driven initiative with focus on interdisciplinary learning and institutional collaboration. Mr. Banu Patta is another panel member who is a consultant senior partner at Tech and AI and Central Square Foundation. He also works on educational reforms, application of AI in the large-scale public education systems, and advising government and the institution on policy and implementation of education-related. Mr. Nagarajan, who is one of our good friends, who is a mentor in the Vidya Sakti, and Mr. Nagarajan is a mentor with the Vidya Sakti and brings deep grassroots experiences in the education initiatives focusing on the inclusive learning and capacity building. I had an opportunity to learn some of those things. Today, I'm hope that you share to us. Dr. Makran, who is a principal machine learning scientist, Madhwani AI. You are from both of us, Professor Sanjeev Kumar, who are more related to deep tech. He's at Madhwani AI as a scientist. He works on deploying the AI solution for social impact, particularly in education and public welfare domains. So, as a born before the liberalization, I think some of us, we are part of what I call it public-driven education. So I studied in public school. I also studied throughout my life. I studied in public school, one after another. Okay. And also when I went abroad, I studied in the public school. So that's how I studied. And but at the time when I born in the decade, the population was 700 million. Today, what is the population? Anybody? Today the population is 1.4 billion, almost double. And after we have to now serve around more than what when I was born, the population to serve. When I born, the population was about literacy. Everywhere we talk about literacy. Now we talk about beyond that, because we have to have around 30 to 40% of people who are young generation who would like to do skill development. We want to ensure that because we have to serve one of the largest countries in the world. And then we have to move from the government can do, but government cannot do everything. So we have to always come together with the public, private, and the academia to figure it out how we can use the technologies like AI to ensure that no child can get behind. And today's panel, I hope that we will have a discussion about it, make sure that we come up with some conclusion which can be implemented in coming years, and ensure that in the next 5 to 6 years, we have not only AI for education, but education for all, skill for all, and hopefully that 2% of the income can go to 20 or 30%. More money is always good, like you said. So I'll start with the first aspect, which is we have seen that many public, private, and academia partnership, but don't see a large scale, at least in India, that it happened. Only one I can remember, which where the private was more what you call it, platform driven, called NPTL, which is now in the different domain, which was around 25 years ago, when I was just entering as a student, and now it is different. So why my question to starting with Bhanu, that because you are the policymaker, why the public partnership and academic partnership has not gone beyond the pilot scale in India?
I think, so for me, when I look at this whole triad of public-private partnership, public-private and academia, let's put academia also in the picture, right? It's sort of like you're trying to put three shapes which are not similar into the same box and asking three of them to make a bigger shape which makes sense, right? I think the interactions between these three sort of silos has not really been designed into the way the organizations have been designed, right? Private sector took a lot of time to figure out that they need to have APIs working with the government. Government took even more longer, right? And then academia was caught watching all this confusion, right? And then trying to figure out, right? So over the last 30, 40 years, while a lot of projects have been deployed in various sectors, we still are, wanting of classic gold standard PPP models, right? I think as we look into the future, if we are able to pinpoint entire partnership around a problem which collectively these entities can solve, I think the jigsaw pieces will fall into place far better than playing the game of who is in the driver's seat. A lot of PPP projects really struggle primarily because of the hassle of who is driving, right? And the whole perception issues of everybody feeling that they are driving, but in fact, they need to coordinate, right? I think there is a flip which is required from, are we driving or are we actually going towards the problem and its solution, right? I think that flip in some places has really resulted in very good, examples, right? Particularly in the civil sector, civil engineering, construction, infrastructure, all of that has good examples to be there, right? But also, I think there needs to be a little bit more bleeding into each other from a talent pool point of view, right? The academia is opening up for people to come in from the private sector into the campuses to participate in the academic activities. Academicians are going and sitting in the government. Government is opening up for laterals. I think that opening the doors for talent pools to slightly mix and mingle with each other is very positive for me to see that better and more successful large-scale PPPs can come up in the
And academia should think that why it's not coming up. You've given some solutions, but from your experience.
So before I begin about my introduction, it will not be fair if I do not say that I actually am from Varnani Foundation. Varnani Foundation has asked me to be with the government and be part of the government and help in all these initiatives. It will not be fair if I do not mention Varnani Foundation when I talk about myself. And also, I am part of AI Center of Excellence, which is set up at IIT Madras. And currently, I am with a sectoral expert in education. So I'll be working very closely. So actually, when you say a public partner, PPP and academia, the AI COE is an example of what the government is trying to do in terms of putting it all together into a collaborative organization. But I think we also, in the AI COE as a motto, the government has given us the freedom to look at everything with a different point of view and based on data. So when you say that a PP has not been, very prevalent, actually you should look at the data. What you call PP is government and private partnerships, right? Now, government and private partnerships in education have happened across the world in various countries. In Belgium, schools were set up in Ireland, in China, and they have been very successful. In some cases, it has not been successful, like in Singapore. But then you have to look at the root cause of why it has not been successful. And India, it has been actually very old. So public-private partnership, there is something called grants in aid schools, right? That is actually public-private partnership. And if you look at how much government spends on that, both in terms of physical and monetary, it is a huge amount. And we need to actually, in the COE, we need to look at all this data and actually understand how much the government in PP is spending. And that kind of effort in terms of looking at the data and coming to a conclusion has to be looked afresh and made. So, for example, if you look at the countries where it has been very successful, Belgium or Ireland or Brazil or China, it has always been that the money comes from private sector, but the government is in control of what it is to be done with that money. What India has done is opposite. Government has given money, but in the private hand. And that is why I think, the government-private partnership has not benefited people at large. That's, my surface observation, but we need to look at the data more closely and understand what has happened over 150 years. Actually, this concept is not new. It came with the British when they wanted to roll out the new system of education. And we have more or less not only continued, we have given it water, given it fertilizer. We have actually made it amplified. It was actually made, this whole grants in aid was made for a purpose of replacing Indian education system with a new education system which the British wanted, and we have perpetuated it. So PP has been very old. It has not been directed. That is my sort of. Now, how we can, second is academic part of it. So if you actually look at the publications in AI in education worldwide, you will see 40% of it is Chinese, maybe 45 or 55% is American and European. There is absolutely no original contribution from India. Maybe one or two papers, but they are also survey papers. So, and that is the gap that the ministry identified, that we are not doing sufficient grassroots level research work in education in India to be applicable for India. And that's why this PPP with, PP, how do you do it? How do you revive it in a way that which is sort of good for India? And how do you bring academicians to contribute positively to it? Is something that we need to actually now start looking at and work.
So, Sanjeev, the other aspect is, as you discussed, that it's failed, it's fine, but we have to also look at what are the ground reality. And I think Dr. Makand is there who will deploy Vadvani, deploy a lot of solutions. Also, Nagarajan sir is there who also has deployed a lot of solutions. So can you tell us what you would like to have in terms of design reality versus when we talk about design thinking? So design reality versus what is the ground reality and what are the gaps in that? Hopefully next question will be how we can mitigate some of them. So Dr. Makand can start.
So thanks for the invitation first of all. So I'm from Vadvani AI, little different from Vadvani Foundation and Vadvani School of AI. There's a bunch of Vadvani things. So we are primarily involved in developing and deploying two of them. Yeah, there's two of them. Sure. So yeah, we're primarily involved in developing and deploying various AI solutions in education, health, and agriculture. And I think over the last 2 years or so, we've been involved in this project called oral reading fluency assessments. And the idea is, the need of it stems from the fact that, especially during COVID, the reading levels of students kind of plummeted quite a bit. And we identified that grade 5 students, these are like standard reports, annual status of education, ASA reports, which say that the grade 5 students, many of them, about half of them, are unable to read grade 2 level paragraphs, right? Now, reading, being such a foundational skill, is important for us to, you learn to read so that you can read to learn, is the phrase that we like to use. And without being able to read, you'd probably face challenges later in your life. So what we did was kind of develop this solution for Gujarat and Rajasthan. And the only way it would have really actually worked was in collaboration with the government. So I think we underestimate how well the government system can function when they do function. And that opportunity requires kind of spending time and kind of building relationships, making them trust your solutions. Also having them kind of understand why this might be a potential thing that you want to try out. Some sort of risk-taking capacity is required from their end, which happens to be there generally in India, which is a good sign. And so we were able to roll out these solutions for reading assessments, both in Gujarat and then Hindi in Rajasthan. There's various factors that were involved in there. About 6.5 million students did these assessments across the 2 years. You get a lot of data from this, which is how students are reading at different levels, which is very nice. As a scientist, I always want more data. You get to build models. And I think one of the things that we're looking at, actually, even with IIT Madras now, is models need to do something called speech to text. So it's not exactly automatic speech recognition that your phone does, because your phone tries to smooth over the mistakes that you're making and try to get at what you're trying to say. You'd rather want that model to tell you exactly what was said so that mistakes are identified. Right? So kind of tweaking these models, making them appropriate for languages that we have in India are interesting challenges that we're looking at. And deployment always is a collaboration. Right? So the way deployments work is you have to integrate with the existing state systems. If you try and force another app that teachers need to download and install, not going to work out, right? So then you're basically working with the IT divisions of the state or central, depending on what solution you're targeting, to get these things integrated well and deployed well enough, perhaps in regions where internet may not be available necessarily. So models that can be deployed on the device or models that can run offline once there is internet connectivity. And so all of these kind of interesting problems do come up, and they can eventually help gain a broad understanding of the landscape of the state.
Nagarajan from Vidya Shakti. Very glad to be sitting next to the original thinkers, but I'm the original tinker. Okay. We do the implementation part. Dr. Person's slide, call to action, point number 4, implementing. Institutes and academic institutions, they build a lot of models, they build the product or a solution. Whether it reaches the last mile, that's our goal. So unless the dam's water goes through the channel, reaches the last farmer, the wheat or rice, paddy is not going to grow. So we are in that process. So we have to deal with, and India has got 1 crore teachers. That means 10 million teachers. 1.1 million government schools. We talk about one of the major challenges. Even the CSR itself is public-private. That's a definite relationship. One thing that we see is that too many CSRs are trying to focus in a small territory. The government officials are not able to differentiate what you do or what versus what the other NGO does. So for them to make the decision and then give a go for that particular NGO or some organization, if I make a wrong decision, that's one of the biggest challenges. Rather than spreading out the geography, they all want to have, oh, aspirational districts, let us go only there. So that's one major issue, that challenge that we see. Second challenge that we see is that the government officials who are the ones who signed for the private agency or the NGO, they get transferred frequently. I think Professor will know that. Every 18 months, we need to rebuild that relationship. It's a complete reinventing the wheel. And the person who is getting to that seat is 56.5 years old. So another 1.5 years left for the retirement. So maintain status quo.
Right.
So that is, again, you have to maneuver that, convince that. By the time that person comes in and then understands what the previous person has done, go through the easy, least resistance path. Either allow it to go or don't take any new things. Okay. So that's the second challenge that we face. Third, of course, the infrastructure issues and in fact the access to, I think the Google's first left-hand side, the topmost third point, I think, is the access to internet. Government has shipped a lot of panels to a lot of schools. Whether it is shipped, whether it is installed, whether those last mile people are trained in that, whether we have given the correct support to those people, right? And whether they are using it and monitor it. Unless these 4 or 5 legs work, the purpose is not fully solved, the loop is not closed. From Vidya Shakti, we are operating in 7,200 villages. We are doing live online classes. This is new to the government schools. It was there in pockets, but now we are doing it in scale. If something is not working, they are calling us, sir, UPS is not working in my school. So UPS is given by some other vendor. So government is managing for this whole chain, 7 different vendors. Right? But the call ultimately comes to whose face is there, and they are bombarded with calls. Second thing, make them utilize the flat panels or the digital assets, because it's a 1.5 lakh rupees panel and the UPS and the other things associated with that. If you don't use it, is depreciating faster than me. So if you really measure, it is only 24 to 25%. They will agree, maybe even less. So how to make use of these digital tools? And again, these are all the challenges. But what we found out as a solution to that, and we are able to navigate through and then scale through, is that the narrative AI is having a big brand. One teacher in one school having some training in doing a prompt has suddenly gained, oh, AI master ko bulala. So bring that, call that AI master. The others are doing Excel sheets or PowerPoint. This person is doing AI prompts. So immediately the brand elevation happens. That makes that guy's shoulders up. So that recently I was traveling through the Sardar Patel Road. The driver suddenly started coming at 40 kilometers per hour. I said, why you are coming at 60? Sir, there is one AI camera. What is that? It's a normal surveillance camera. Right? Somebody gave the narrative AI camera and that will catch you. everybody started following. So what 10 policemen cannot do, this AI narrative has given. So that brand, we are riding on. And another thing with most of the private or even the government officials is that only think of very complex use cases. No, there are smaller problems that you have to solve. The industry, if anybody goes to the pitch deck, the investors will ask, is that a problem? Has that problem matured to a bleeding one? Pain? It's like, because it's cavity. We are all having cavity, but have we gone to the dentist? Unless it pains, we don't go. So, problem has to become to a pain point, and that pain should be recurring. Then only I will fund you. The way private investors follow that. Government also, whether it has become a pain. So only the pain you solve it. As there are so many things to be like a cavity waiting to become a pain. That is the point that we have understood. A simple 2 use cases with that I will probably tell. One simple solution. We believe in micro assessments because your interception with the students is quarterly, half-yearly, and annual exams. That too descriptive exams. It doesn't give a full picture. So frequent micro assessments, 10 minutes. Do it every week. That will give you a perfect trend rather than 3 months, once in 3 months. We tried that. It showed real improvement. In about 6 months, we are able to move, when you do the bucket analysis, people who score in the lower buckets, they moved by 1 bucket the next. So the government, the school is there. So we introduce micro assessments, it doesn't threaten the students. Okay, now the question is more frequent micro assessments. Teachers are saying, hey, you are increasing my workload. Correct? That is where the AI came into help. Simple MCQ exam. If you have to use bubble sheet, you have to ship the bubble sheet, you have to print the bubble sheet, there's a cost associated with that. As we simply said, in your notebook, you do handwriting, we do all these. The OCR recognition in AI now is almost 95% if you train it well. Previously, maybe 10 years back, it was around 60-70%. That don't do anything, make them write on the papers, do a scan, then give it to our AI engine. He will give the score. It worked like a magic. Second thing, then they themselves came and asked us, now I want to do one-word answers. Okay, fill in the blanks, short one-line answers. So when we introduce these simple 2 use cases, because those are all the 2 topmost problems for the teachers at the ground level. When we implemented these 2, they started coming to us. Now, yes, this works. This eases my work. You are not telling me that I have to do extra hour. This eases my work. Those 2 are the things that really made them happy. Now we are expanding. So this year our goal is to reach almost 20,000 schools, covering roughly about anywhere from 60 lakhs, 6 million to 7 million students. But this AI narrative is helping us solving a very simple use case that is recurring. And that is where the teachers are getting bored, or that data point education department doesn't have. So we are giving that data point that the department doesn't have. Second thing, to make the life of the teacher easy. Then, because ideas are great, execution is everything. But the execution, whether it is only solution execution or implementation, we feel it is implementation. Keep the last mile happy. So that's how we are dealing with the same report when it goes to our sponsors, CSR sponsors, our individual donors. That's also private partnership only. There are a lot of individual donors from their family charities there. And the report goes, these schools have moved from this 3 months before to now. Now they are able to write 3-syllable words with comfort. And AI comes to a rescue. Otherwise, it is very difficult for us to evaluate, to measure, and then give a report. And what we have also told the teachers, again, there's a fear. The teacher saying that, oh, is it going to replace me? The standard question. No, we said, you are not going to be replaced because certain skills that this cannot take, only you can do. you elevate to the level of a guru. The guru word literally means that you have to make the student think, not just memorize. So elevate to the level of, you create more thinkers, so you become a facilitator. So the moment that narrative is given, and that AI cannot so easily do for now. Maybe 10 years down, down the line. For now, that narrative making the teachers to a level of facilitator, that really helps.
Like just to come in here, right? I mean, one is to take a view of, I'm going to give you a solution or a tool to do something, right? One level of intervening, right? Like the examples which Makaran talked about in Nagaland, right? But I think we need to aspire for more, right? As you start moving from the lower grades into the middle school and beyond, there are questions about equity of access to these tools and learner agency, the way I want to learn, the way I want to transact. So those things start stepping in, right? Which also means that apart from just looking at AI as a tool which will come and solve something for me or solve a transaction for me, can I actually think about understanding AI in the broadest sense of how it can be a partner for my learning process? Or if I'm a teacher, how it can be a partner for my teaching process, right? So one of the project which is currently happening, AI Samath with Professor Ravindran did talk about at the head of the session, is again an example of a public-private and academia partnership wherein we are looking at creating a very equity-driven model of how understanding what AI is and how to use it effectively and productively as a middle school learner and a middle school teacher is a program which is created, and from it is created in a manner and designed in a manner that you actually don't even need a computer lab in the school if there are few phones that you know. And it is also created in a way that you start understanding AI from the point of view of your mother tongue and not from the lens of having to first understand and struggle the English text and then understand AI, right? So this is an interesting collaboration where there is IIT Madras, which is an academic institution on the factuality and the knowledge of what various concepts of artificial which I should know as a child, as a teacher. There are teachers on the other side, which Nagaran was talking about, because they are the ones who know the first mile, like nobody's business. So when I talk about computer vision is what, when Professor Karthik and Dr. Shabana says computer vision should be in the curriculum, the immediate question would be, how do you land the concept of computer vision in a 6th grade rural school which does not have a computer, and the children might not have even visited a city and seen the digital life, right? So the partnership between these two ends, like the extreme technical expertise, this is the last mile pedagogic design and putting them together, right? These are the cross linkages which need to be done. And then comes the access elements of whether this can be done on a mobile, whether this can be done in various mother tongues, which are very important in our country. These are interesting projects where some of the old stereotype constructs of what a PPP could be have been slightly modified and played with, even from the designing the program point of view itself, right? A lot of times PPP coordination starts coming when implementation starts, okay? And we need to bring that coordination into the design itself. And that I think is going to give a good yields.
Thanks.
So I think actually, initially when you do a PP, first thing is to define what are the objectives and what is to be achieved. That is not measured well. Giving let's say grants, technology, whatever, to a private player, getting it, assuming that it will happen, is not going to happen. Measurement metrics is defined and well captured regularly, it will fail. like any other PPE.
Thanks. So, one more last question before we summarize it. Because we are talking about AI all the time, and when we talk about AI, we have to talk about data transfer, trust in the AI system, and importantly, accountability, which is one of the bigger challenge which AI is trying to address in the last couple of years. So, what do you think about who should be accountable at the end if something goes wrong, or how we can ensure that something will not go wrong at all with the AI system we deploy? So, since you have deployed several apps, he mentioned that he's also part of one year who also deployed some things, and he has also deployed. So, can you provide your experiences how you can ensure that we have a deployment of AI without harming anyone or responsible deployment?
Yeah, very important question. I think from a modeler's perspective, right, all AI models will go wrong at some point. It's a stochastic model. There's no way that you guarantee to give deterministic outputs. Otherwise, it's not really an AI, right? Then it's a hard-coded system. So it is going to go wrong. The question is how badly affecting that error, right? Like how much how many problems would that error make is the thing to really consider. And then different solutions will have different levels of mistakes, let's say, that the AI might make, which maybe a human can catch. Maybe the person who is getting affected by that system can perhaps make an appeal against it to catch. Right? So these are kind of some possibilities, I would say, that one could consider. Accountability rests with everyone because we all signed up for it. The creators, the people who said, yeah, go ahead, deploy. The user also, right? I mean, which is why I think some of the kind of skilling and education that we say in AI should include aspects of these things go wrong, use your brains, don't rely on it completely where it says go walk into a well and then you do that. No. So, I mean, in a sense, we're all responsible for the things that we do daily with non-AI technologies. So why not with AI technologies as well?
I'll say that I'll depend upon the Professor Ravindra. He's responsible AI person. And that's where academicians come in the play, right? So again, I think it's a matter of how do you closely watch and capture the data and ensure that it is responsible AI. Professor Ravindra will probably say something about it.
Oh, man. This is not how parents are supposed to be.
I'm banning it. I what Professor Sanjeev is saying is that we have to go back to the academia and discuss because they are the one who.
I agree. See, in fact, especially when you're talking to kids, so I don't think we even taught them the responsible use of the internet. So we have not taught them about how to be safe when you go online. Right? So what are the kind of data that you have to put out? I mean, there is this amazing video that I saw recently. There's a kid going for a walk, going to the mall, shopping with her parents, and then random strangers walking by just come up and wish her happy birthday. And the parents are all very confused as to why are all these random strangers coming in wishing her happy birthday. Apparently, she had posted on Facebook, today is my birthday, and she had left it open for the world to see. And so basically, birthday is one thing which is okay, benign. But what about other things that people are putting out online and we are not even teaching them the responsibilities of technology that level? Right? And so AI is a significant force multiplier as with everything else. With these also, it becomes a significant force multiplier. So when we talk about responsible use of AI in industrial applications, enterprise domain, or even public services, and so on and so forth, that's a different dimension. When we start talking about responsibility for children, I think we have not even started the full dialogue yet. Long way to go for that. And all of us have to pitch it, figure out what is the right way to do it. And there's a lot of load that's going to be not on teachers, but also on parents.
I think we have to, we have to ensure in education especially AI technology is not the leader, but the follower of pedagogists. That is something that we have to always keep in mind. That technology is not for the purpose of technology. It is for the purpose of welfare of someone. And what is good for that person has to be defined by a pedagogist and not by technology. That has to always be at the forefront of our endeavor of bringing technology to education.
I would just like to build a little bit on what Makran and Professor Ravindran talked about, right? The urgent need to actually educate our student population and the teacher population right upfront and not waiting for them to figure out when they come into universities. Right in the middle school, the time when they are starting to touch any digital interaction is the right time to really start impressing upon what safe and responsible use is, right? And I think that needs to happen at a population scale, right? And IIT Madras is already playing a forefront role with AI literacy and AI summer on that front. I think in the next 1.5 years, the first phase of rollout will actually reach 5 million children and teachers, right? And that then obviously needs to go, that's just tip of the spear, tip of the iceberg when we look at student population in India. But I think it's not an after fix, but it has to be on like day zero, right? The moment I start touching digital interactions, I need to also be very conscious or made conscious about what is the responsibilities.
Human errors are tolerated, but not AI engine's errors. Afternoon, 3:30 or 3 o'clock, I'm a teacher, I correct papers. Coffee is not hot, coffee is not good. The way I give the marks to the student, poor student whose paper came to me at that point of time versus I'm fresh in the morning. Errors do happen, but we have, and AI engines do not look at whether the handwriting is beautiful or not. They're so impartial. So that's why we used to say, most of the time we get the first question from the IAS officers and the sponsor, big time sponsors. Have you faced any litigation by using these techniques? Anything that we can get in from your credit records, because they are afraid. So that's why we said your evaluation policies currently you follow that. This is only a supplement. This is only augmenting the existing thing, but current evaluation process, pass, fail, promotion, all these things, you use your current policies. It will evolve over a period of time. And another thing that we definitely want to tell when it comes to ethical use. Many people straight away go to a prompt, including a lot of teachers. They just type something. It gives a worldly knowledge. This, I don't want to mention the state, the location. It has given the fruit of some other country, which these people do not even know. It should be very specific to that hyper-local territory. That prompt engineering was not trained. These teachers were not trained in that. So they used, from internet, they searched, they started using it. But it boomeranged back. The kids didn't understand. And it got into an escalation, it went all the way to the IAS offices. So that is where we said, the first thing is that train the teachers in all these aspects. Just going to 1 crore children or 25 crore kids is a tall order, very, very tall order. Rather, you have got 10 million teachers. First, to make that impact, make sure that they are within the limits. And it's going to take some time. So train those teachers in all these tools, do's and don'ts, and monitor. And recently in, I don't know which university, people have used AI prompts to generate their abstracts or whatever, or assignments. They have to give that prompt also, whether they have used it in the right manner or not. So same way for teachers also, there should be some policies that what prompts they have used, how they have come around, and what engine they have used, because different engines give different answers. So that will start giving some amount of, I would say, hindrance to the teachers, and then they will start following the rules. It's a good start.
So, just summarize this great sessions. So what, in a one-liner, every one of you can summarize that what you think is going to be successful public, private, and the academia partnership for the AI in education from your point, from you think which will be success. Take us the next 20 years for the line. And start with okay.
Cautiously optimistic approach towards kind of collaborative effort and being patient.
Yeah, I think I would like to summarize by saying that firstly, there needs to be few things to fall in place. Like first is a public rails, which is the public system, which needs to put what is the problem we are trying to solve in between what guardrails are we really wanting to play. Then comes the solutioning part, which can come equally well from the academia or from the private sector, right? And then comes the implementation side, which is a triangulated effort. But I think there are existing channels and infrastructures which needs to be capacitated to be able to implement before you can even expect something to be a success. Right? A lot of times partnerships are made in the higher offices and they are sort of dunked to the execution infrastructure, which does not even know that that is coming, right? And our execution infrastructure is doing a pivot for their operational plans because somebody decided last year that this is going to be rolling out in the state next year, but nobody in the execution lineup actually even knows that that is coming. And they've made plans for this version of how the next year would be, but then suddenly in April something comes and I need to read, right? So there's a lot of coordination and pre-planning which is required to ensure readiness of the implementation channel, be it public system channels, private system channels, or coordinated channels. So these three things I think need to fall in place to have a better chance at successful PPAs.
I would say that first AI should be used to examine the PPA itself, what it has achieved, and what has been invested really in it, and what to learn from it. And second is in terms of application of AI in education, you have to look at school education separately from higher education because the technology required for higher education and AI higher education and teaching is going to be very different from school. And for school, it definitely has to be led by pedagogists. In higher education, it has to be led by technologists and researchers to develop our capability in building this technology.
I would say in short, training teachers again and again and again. No second thought of that. Because if you train 100 people, only 20 pick up. Of that 20, again, how many people really consistently use on a day by day? It's a very difficult question, especially in government situations. In training, let the knowledge keep percolating. And content is commodity. Itself is a content. I've got so many digital content. So when these people are bombarded with content, which is correct, which is not, they are confused. So one is the training part. Second, what we found out is what really worked as a magic is an education inside the school, education outside the school. It's a community involvement. Involve community, especially rural women, educated rural women. Train them in basics so that they will have a watch outside the school hours, in the house, in that street. So I would say public, private, and community. That has a major say. I learned so many things outside the school. So that's how I feel it. And when we tried it with roughly about 400 volunteers in Uttar Pradesh, Tamil Nadu, it really made wonders. So I would say involve, one is train, second involve community.
So thank you all the panel members for the very enriching session. My takeaway is that we have to solve grassroots problems, so we have to first understand grassroots problem. Public-private partnership is good point to first look at the data and see where we have done well, where we have failed, and why. Then using AI, of course, and for the AI for education, I think responsibility is the main aspect before we deploy it. Or we deploy under certain regulations where the government or the come. And I hope that there will be a lot of money coming from the private rather than going other way around to improve the education system in India. With that, I would like to thank you and give back the stage to Watson.
Thank you for moderating this session and thank you to all. Before conclude this session, I just request Professor Agatya to felicitate our as well as the family.
Thank you. Thank you. So. Oh, we also. Oh, thanks.
We now have a short break. There's some tea and coffee served in the X hall, and we resume back here for the second panel discussion. Yes,
that shared all the that's what they are.
This should be.
Yeah,
No, no,
that's
it's fine.
fine.
It's about the
They are request online.
But that was right.
Okay, 11:45. Okay, just give me a minute. No worries.
Oh, so we can put dinner time. Okay, so we will join. Maybe we can do buying and see. Couple of more. Okay. Because and we will keep those.
So hi, Mickey, nice to meet you. I'm not sure you were there.
Bit sick, that's right.
No, no worries. So we've been talking to Bala Yogi, and I think I forget who else, but I think there were a couple of people who were there. So evaluation. We were seeing how the LM eval tool can be used for Bhattani AI, and we also exploring. I mean, this is a little technical material, but like we're seeing you can explore some sort of tools for India AI benchmarking. But Bhattani AI, I think. So I'm not sure if you're involved in that effort as well.
Not entirely. That is led by Professor Redda.
But so I'm an ML scientist by trade. I work primarily in public health. So have you heard of? I don't know if you heard of Advani project, but we have a bunch of projects in TB. So I've been working on this adherence prediction model that we have predicting how patient outcomes. You want to picture? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So back to you.
DMT எடுத்துட்டீங்க. போதும். somebody picked up and carried on eating on it. That's the big gap. Slowly it's been.
I'm just going to interpret.
I'll talking about our fungible achievement. That's but they market more than what stuff is there. Even if we have solid stuff, we hesitate to talk. If it is, yeah. Yeah, yeah. One for sure, and then let it be free flowing. Then I want just give us some kind of a structure rather than being too random. I mean, sometimes randomness gives better that structure. Sometimes it goes out of control.
I think it'll get there.
It will get there, and after that, let it be free flowing.
Have fun. It's based in Hyderabad. As long as
Parvala, bank. See that picture, Chinese side. Yeah, I will. People will slowly get started. Just of time. The second panel is on scaling personalized learning through AI-powered platforms and a quick introduction about our moderator. Karthik Vaidyanathan is an adjunct faculty member at IIT Madras with experience in education, leadership, policy, and technology-driven learning solutions. He also does corporate consulting, workshops, HR advisory on building engaging and purposeful workplace cultures. I request Karthik to introduce the panel. Yeah, sure. So, extremely happy to be moderating this panel, which has a lot of eminent leaders from different sectors, academia, industry, as well as people who percolate and take it to the field. So, Mr. Sanjay Jain, Head of Google for Education India. He leads this initiative and works closely with educators and governments to enable technology adoption in classrooms at scale. We have Professor Neeti, who's Professor of Practice at Vajwani School of AI at IIT Madras. He brings a lot of industry and academic experience to AI and open applied AI, education and skill development. We have Professor Ramkumar Rajendran from IIT Bombay. He is works in the Department of Education Technology. It's one of its kind among IITs in India. That's what I got to know. Very few IITs, very few institutions have a department for education. And, he is a part of that. He works in engineering education and innovative teaching methodology. We have Mr. Chandra Ravi, who's a CEO of Chrysalis and has significant experience in leadership development, organizational transformation, and education consulting. So great to have you all. Thank you for making it. Hoping for some great discussions here. So just in the interest of time, I thought to give a structure to the discussion. Our focus is primarily personalization and making it available for the public, right? That's a broader theme that we have. I'll probably start off with one individual question to all of you. I've prepared two specific questions related to your expertise, but then we'll have it free flowing. There can be some common questions, there can be discussions, but just to get started, we'll have a initial question. So, starting with Sanjay. Sorry,
I didn't expect you to put me on spot.
So you're the center of, you're the center of attraction. So.
All right, let's go.
It's always the industry, right? Google. Okay. So from access and scalability, how is
Google making AI-powered personal learning accessible to government schools in, let's say, tier 2, tier 3, and rural areas where infrastructure and digital literacy remain barriers. So plan rather for.
There are a few things that we have already done, and there are a few that are in pipeline to be done. But the thought process is very strong and simple in the Google ecosystem that we need to make AI accessible to everybody. So access is very, very important for us. And that's why if you look at the work that's happening, whether it's in India or across the world, most of the tools for education have been made free. That was one of the big steps that we had to take to make it free, right? To make it free, of course. But still, and there were concerns in the earlier panel that we heard on privacy, security, and all of that. And all of that has been accounted for. So that's where we started with. The other very important thing for us is, and AI is not new. We've been doing AI since 2016 when probably AI was being thought about by most others. If most of you know, there was this app called Bolo that we launched sometime in 2019. That had AI right within itself. And there was, I think you had mentioned that we don't want it to correct the kid and understand. So Bolo exactly does that. Bolo actually understands the mistake and reverts back to the kid and saying, all right, you have pronounced this particular word incorrectly. That's already something that we do. Bolo got rebranded as Read Along because it became a product that we wanted to take to the world. Bolo was a very Indian, it was actually a made in India product by our team out of here. So that was the thought process of building it into the platform itself and making it accessible both from low bandwidth standpoint and also potentially in areas where there is no bandwidth at all, thus solving the connectivity and access issue. The second big issue, obviously, in rural areas, and this also came up in the earlier discussion, is availability of hardware or devices in both forms. So at Google, I don't know again how many of you know, we have OS of our own, which is called Chrome, which is a very, very light-based operating system. In fact, today across the world, if you look at if there is a government institution providing devices to students, it's 90% most likely Chrome. We work with governments like Japan, where we will eventually be providing devices to all students across Japan and their Chromebooks. So the idea here again is make a device as lightweight as possible, as easy to manage as possible, and as long-lasting as possible, so that it can last the kid's life cycle from third, second standard all the way to 8, 9, 10 standard. And education departments' jobs are not IT. So they should make it very, very easy to manage these devices. Obviously, cloud is where AI runs today. So devices do not really need to be powerful because everything happens on the cloud platform. So that's the second big step on so access. The second one is the device part of it. The third one is languages. So in India specifically, English is not just good enough. Hindi also is not just good enough. You need a lot more languages. So if you look at our AI models, today we support 20 to 22 languages. Thus ensuring that a kid, when trying to learn from AI, feels super comfortable because it talks back in the language that the kid understands. So the whole fear of, I don't know Hindi, I don't know English, completely goes away because the AI agent responds to the kid in the language that they talk on a day-to-day basis. So these are some of the things that we are trying to do to ensure it reaches the last mile. Have we been successful yet? I would say no. I think the key thing here is partnerships. The earlier session on public-private partnerships, PPPs, was, or rather is something that will help us go there. So we are partnering with a few states, we're partnering with the central governments to take these initiatives. In fact, we work with CSF, we work with Vadvani Foundation and a lot of other NGOs to sort of expand our reach. But I think it's always going to be a combined effort. Where the tech could come from us, the scale, the reach would come from the government and from the foundations.
That's great. In fact, this Bolo and Read Along is a fantastic thing, and I think maybe there is some opportunity there for you to, because he was looking for such things in the previous conversation. This was brought about. That's fantastic, and the fact that you also addressed languages which is very essential. So you build the tech, you build the languages, and of course, the rest flows only with partnerships. So thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thanks.
We'll go to Professor Neeti from a perspective of ethical AI and biases, right? What are the most critical ethical considerations while deploying AI in public education? And how do we prevent these systems from perpetuating existing educational inequalities?
Thanks. See, I think ethics has to understand the ground realities first. We have been, the schools, Nagaraj was talking about, we have close to 250 billion schools. Now, if you take significant of them are in rural areas, some of them in good locations. And the condition there, if you see the classroom, you look at the classroom first and you can even pattern of people who may not even understand the instruction language. So the first thing, if it has to be unbiased, it should address such issues. That is very important. And second critical thing I feel is that AI should not label the student. I think that is something is a danger of, because we give instant solution. Okay, we give the assessment and give the answers to the teacher immediately. Now it's only a provisional thing. It helps the student to grow rather than give a rank. Okay, immediately publish a rank. These are all in this bucket and these are all in another bucket. That is going to be very, very dangerous. To be fair, we have to be very, very careful about it. God has to be an important thing. And like again, Nagaraj touched upon, teacher has to be brought into this whole. Unless teacher are part of this ecosystem, it is not going to work. The trust teacher is going to have with our solution is very important. And for that, teacher should understand what is or he should be able to give what we are giving. That explanation should be given to him so that he will use appropriately, rather than it's like a black box. You just take this output and use it. Okay. And more important, burdening them. That is very again another point. Already digitization has brought in a lot of burden on them, starting data entry and so many other things, multiple systems. So this is another thing we have to be very careful. We have to see that it enables the teacher rather than putting additional load on them. And teacher should decide. The human should be in the loop rather than AI suggest, but teacher should decide. Finally, the teacher, unless he understands what system can deliver. See, in rural situation, our classroom could be where you can't probably have a Western kind of solution, where individual personalized learning path or solution can be provided. So a teacher can probably know this group is weak in certain kind of issues in the language, in this group, so that they can do additional activity. The system should suggest additional activity. See, today we also have a classroom where migrants also will be there. Teacher may not be able to communicate to that person in his home language. So AI system will give that solution. Teacher should pick appropriate activities based on the intervention. I think that is where the whole thing will take. And of course, data dignity. What I mean by that is data minimization and only for the purpose.
Right.
Do not store things that are not relevant for not for the purpose, not stored. So that is very, very critical. And age appropriateness, which is again, when you are going to take it to second standard, we talk about third grade, from AR, A literacy. We have to be very careful that what we are going to I think that's a key message.
Very good, very, very relevant points. Yes, rural is completely different. No labeling and personalized, understand where they are coming from, their background, and of course, data dignity, as you rightly put it. Very good points. Thank you. So, Professor Ramkumar, even the work that you are doing, the area of research and that you are doing, I thought we'll ask you a question on capacity building through technology, because capacity building is the core of what we are all working towards, given the size of our country. So your work focuses on multimodal learning analytics. So how can AI systems help build teachers' pedagogical capacity by detecting student engagement, learning styles, emotional states in real time, if it's possible at all? I mean, are we heading there? Not in all areas, but at least in a couple of them.
I think firstly, thanks for the invite. I think very happy to
in the last panel because we have implemented we have all the diverse stakeholders are here. The first thing is we are academicians, we work, but we won't get time to talk about this. This is a very good chance. Before we start, as a teacher, I want to teach something what is personalized learning is, so that should be clear on everyone's mind so that we can talk about it. What is that one? Personalized learning is considered mainly for individual learners, as you mentioned, you will read along, where the learner's interactions and the learner's performance is considered to provide adaptive content. This is what personalized learning. And most of the researchers, when they do personalized learning, they consider only the performance. Performance is just assessment to check what is the end product. And the learning is not such a construct to measure student is pass or fail. Instead, learning is a process which is sequential, which takes a lot of time, and students learns by doing multiple actions and multiple skills. The thing we measure is called cognition. Cognition is just a performance on particular skill. I can add summation of two numbers. Can I do a read? Can I do a summary of some task? What comes above that when you do a task is called metacognition. What happens is that suppose I want to, given a problem, I want to read something. I want to plan my strategy and implement it. I should have a skill of reading, summarizing, able to connect the dots, then implement it. What comes after this in the learning process is called affective states, as you mentioned. The affective states is important. For example, a student who tries solve a problem for 10 hours and is not able to complete it, he gets frustrated compared to the student who didn't try it. So when you say affective states, I'm not talking about general emotions like a joy, anger, all these things. Instead, we call about learner-centric emotions such as boredom, confusion, frustration, which happens during the learning. Apart from all of these, there's something that's called motivation, which AI cannot do. We just, only the teachers. I think previous panelists mentioned that which teacher can do. I think teacher can do only a guru or teach about what is motivate and that's the whole learning. Why I'm bringing this learning as a process? It's called self-regulated learning. Why I'm bringing this is here that most of the personalized learning or ITS we think is all about performance-based feedback. If we didn't solve 4 questions properly, do it again. So what? We didn't know whether the student read the question or not. We are not even considering the behavior. Are they reading the questions? Are they reading the content? If they're not reading the content, they simply click the options, 4 options, A, B, C, and they got 4 marks out of 10. We ask them to read again. What's the use of it? The simple time is not considered. Now I go for next affective states. So we work mostly on this personalized space in the individual student. That is what personalization happens. In the classroom, what we call the ears and eyes. We just use the microphones and the CCTV cameras. There are a lot of challenges in it. So we did in a small classrooms to understand students' engagement. If I want to go a bit more, in the sense, people have 3 types of engagement. One is passive engagement, behavioral engagement, cognitive, and affective. Behavior is that everybody's here, all attendance is present, behaviorally here. When I talk about cognitive engagement, it's 4 levels again, based on one of the theory. I'm not it's not always 4 levels. One is passive engagement. Everybody's here looking at me, looking at others, passive engaged. There are a few are taking notes. Maybe they are cognitively engaged, nodding their head and looking at some books or something. Some are constructing the knowledge which I was talking about. They're not actually typing or writing what I'm speaking, but they're trying to solve a problem. There are few who do the highest form of engagement in terms of interactive. Interaction comes in 3 forms. One is me interacting with my peer. Me interacting with the material can be laptop, book, pen, pencil, paper, everything of agency. Or interacting with the teacher. So we actually use pedagogy, active learning strategies, right? We use pedagogy to make students to interact more, like a think, pass, share, peer instructions, very basic, very simple things. Now, what comes personalization here in the classroom is that can we observe the students' affective states and the cognition and provide a feedback? Don't want to give feedback by AI. The teacher should know what is happening. Which group is talking about what? They are lying on something. Can I go and give feedback there?
which group is not talking in a, the way I want to talk. That kind of simple dashboard is what we want from the AI. So when I say personalization in the classroom, it's all about collecting data and doing cameras, like computer visions and mic. The major problem we faced is that if I go a bit technical, we call it a diarization. Diarization is called when I'm keeping the mic here, the 5 people are speaking. Who's speaking? Identifying the speaker is called diarization. We collected the data in a small lab like this. We recorded the data. We got 30 people speaking at a particular time. We can't even know which group is speaking. So that is still not addressed, even the latest LLMs. Second one is computer vision. The classrooms are not arranged in this order. Classroom is like this order. If I take a picture here, I can't identify who the other student is. And each box I do is like and ahead. All these issues has been there. So we are going there, but the infrastructure should support, the pedagogy should support, the dashboard should give the knowledge teacher. That is what I believe. Personalization to the classes can happen. But currently it is all happens in the individual level. Whatever we are talking, affect states, pedagogy, we can do in individual computer-based learning. Perfect. So that's what.
Very nice. Thank you for elaborating the different dimensions of what do you say? You're able to give the theory part, classify it, and it's only a researcher can give this perspective.
That's a teacher.
Teacher, no, whatever, you're deeply involved. I mean, it's one thing we all intuitively know, but you're able to classify it into categories and help us improve our own awareness. Terminologies that you use, right? So thank you. Yes, I do understand where. Thank you for sharing that. Now we move on to Chitra. I mean, because she works with a lot of schools, her organization works with a lot of schools. Field part, right? One is the academics view, one is the technology builder, one is the researcher. Now we have the field view. So partnered with like let's say 1,000+ schools to I think the AI Summer Think Room. What are the most common implementation challenges, and what surprised you most about schools' readiness for AI adoption? Surprises can be both ways.
Again, thank you. It's been lovely being here since morning. When you look at challenges, I think I would personally think the technological challenges is easier, is lesser. I think it's always about human dynamics. And school, I would say, having been working with private schools, public schools for 2 decades now, the dynamics is extremely hot all the time, right? There are different stakeholders. In the previous panel, we spoke about the creator, the deployer, and the user. And here you would say, even the deployer and the user, there are at least 4 parts to it. Right? You have the child, who is ultimately the so-called beneficiary. I hate using that word, but that's what we all are here for. And then we have the teacher, we have the school management, we have the parent, and the dynamics is the most difficult part and most challenging. It goes on a spectrum from over-reliance on one side at times, so the teacher is like, okay, now I have to do all of this, to over-cautiousness. And again, that's a huge spectrum, right? You got to really hit the nerve of a balance. It's all about how do you balance this. And to that effect, I think it should be a very, very, I would put it as 3 different parameters on which even people like us who take such models and take such products, offerings, AI to schools, we need to be bringing a collaborative alignment on the purpose. So why are we doing what we are doing? It could be a read along, it could be any of the models we have. I think that alignment of these stakeholders on why are we doing what we are doing. So I would call that as the purpose. The second part is the power, right? We all agree in many ways that the final decision is in the human. But I have slightly different take. When we talk about the human there, we are all talking about an ideal teacher versus technology, right? And then how many ideal teachers do we have? I mean, I think he spoke beautifully about the coffee temperature setting the temperature for what he's correcting. And here we are in Chrysalis, we are actually coming up with an auto grade where there is a lot of training that we've given to an AI model to go deep into a third standard child's handwriting, not just with the OCR. Of course, OCR, like he was saying, has really become so sophisticated now. But what is behind the OCR, right? I mean, well, how are we training? What are the rubrics? Are we going to just look at the keywords, which can be conceptually correct or wrong? But are we going to peep into the child's deep thinking? Are we going to see certain patterns of, in Vedanta, in Indic system, right? You have the gross body, subtle body, and, I can go on there. If you look at it, even we spoke about safety, I'm just going in there. We are always, the first safety is always for the gross body. Like we tell the child, cross the road with care, but we don't tell the child scroll with care, because the impact or the negative effect is not immediately. I mean, that's more catastrophic in a moment, right? A car can hit you, but what happens when you're deeply in that mode, and this affects your psyche, it affects your thought patterns. So that's a subtler body, and that is where we need to really see. And I personally think with AI, I'm very positive and optimistic person always. And I think if you look at it, we can use these to get deeper, where average, I'm sorry to use the word, average teacher may not have the bandwidth, the power to do it. So power is slightly tricky. It's very easy to say human in the loop or tech in the loop. Who is the final agent? But I think it all depends on the context, right? That is very important on whom we give the power for. Of course, when we are building our AI, one of the things we are looking at is, can AI also lead to scaffolding the teacher, right? I'll give you a simple example. Through our auto grading, AI found a math problem that was finally wrong by the student, that it wasn't a numerical issue, it was a literacy gap. It was because the child had misunderstood the question. Now the teacher had actually put it as wrong. And she in fact called us to say, your AI is grading it wrong because it's saying the child is in level 2. And I think he's in level 0. And then when we went deep, we could see that actually the child had misunderstood the question, but he knew the mathematical concept correctly. So if you look at that, right, then can this be something that the teacher can learn from? So it's not about the final decision in the hands of the teacher or the human being who would say, no, I think this grading is wrong. But looking at it, and we all know that AI can go wrong. I think he spoke about it so well that, it's not AI if it doesn't go wrong at some point of time. I think it is about using these processes and the human involvement in tracking those pieces, which I think is very, very important. That is the second. So the power, right? The purpose, the power. And the third thing is, of course, guardrails. And again, guardrails can be done by the creator. I mean, right from Google, like you said, that can be guardrail, or people like us using such LLMs to create certain offerings for school. We provide certain guardrails, but there should also be the user guardrails, which again is a very, very soft aspect, right? So I feel these three aspects, if you're looking at purpose, power, and guardrails, if these are, we bring in alignment with where we deploy and the stakeholders, and spend a lot of time on this alignment, then there is we can minimize trust issues. I can tell you one thing. So we deployed this auto grading system, right? And then one day we go to a school, and the whole thesis was unbiased, more objective, release of bandwidth of time to the teacher. And we go, and the teacher's actually telling us, you have duplicated my efforts. Why? Because now we have to make this auto grade, a pretty quick scanning and auto grading. And then we also need to use our red ink to correct. I mean, this red ink is haunting us for like a century now, I think. So you wonder, then we asked her why Reddit. No, the parent is not happy if AI corrects. So now the AI grades and then the teacher grades, and then this dynamics is now between AI and the human being here. So then you suddenly realize the purpose is defeated, right? So purpose, power, and guardrails, and this becoming or being made transparent to this whole ecosystem. I think if we can do that in a methodical way, we can, absolve and neutralize some of the challenges. That's what I'm.
Beautiful, beautiful. Multiple different perspectives coming here. The child understanding the question being the root cause of the problem was a very insightful thing that can only happen like what Nagoji felt field and what your organization gets from the field input, right? These are very important while building AI systems, right? These are coming from the field. As all of you said, technology is the easiest part. The other part, the analogy you used is very powerful. Cross the road we want, the gross part, scrolling, right? Be careful about what you're scrolling. Very, very important dimension there. As we adopt technology broadly, I'm saying. Because while we have to educate the teachers, students, parents about AI, what not to get into is we'll have to be equally cautious in educating them. So thank you.
Just on the crossing bit, right? I've always wondered, there is also contextuality. I don't know if we teach children these days the way I was taught to cross the road, right? Look right, look left, look right. And I can't do the same thing when I go to the US, right? I mean, I need to change my nod in a different way. So it is also about, I just wanted to bring in, it's also about contextualization. And since Professor Neeti and Ramkumar spoke beautifully about the personalization, thank you for that. I also fear that hyper-personalization, because talking about a classroom personalization sounds very exciting. But when you're talking about hyper-personalization, the fear is you are in your own cocoon. Right, the child is and he gets so bored because we used to be in a classroom full of diversity. Though the danger was there that we knew in grade 4 that child was not very good and perhaps you are like a top 5 and all of that. But still you were, with so many other people. And this personalization can perhaps be so accurately personalized for my unique needs and all of that. But then I'm going to go into the cocoon, right? I sometimes even hate I shouldn't use the word hate, dislike this YouTube algorithm that tells me in the morning, this is the kind of music you will listen to. I give it a break. I want something else. It knows that I like the devotional part. And yesterday, I was like, no, I want to listen to Ilayaraja, but you are not allowing me. My algorithm is so strong. So personalization can also get you to your own cocoon, which for children can be very, very.
Talking about personalization and for children, right? Yesterday evening, I saw a beautiful LinkedIn post. Some of you might have seen. What is the most common challenge that parents face with their children, school-going kids? Children always want something for lunch that the parents are not willing to prepare. They try their best to prepare the healthy, tasty food. Children invariably hate it, right? Or rather, they complain because somebody's bringing this, somebody's bringing that. You know how a school has solved it beautifully? They said one child will, or one child family will bring the food per day for all the kids. So there's no scope to complain. Everybody gets the same thing. So the children, there's nothing to compare. And every child gets to eat every people from diverse things also. And some you may like, may not like, but everybody's having the same thing. So this hyper personalization for children causes more problems. So that was just on a tangential note. Anyway, we've had a very good one round, and I had another set of personal questions, but let's keep it more broad-based going forward. I have a set of cross-panel questions now, which all of you can get into a discussion on. Just as a leading point, I'll just have a few themes. The first one being capacity building deep dive. Okay. So teacher capacity building, as we know, is very crucial in scaling AI in the public education. From your respective perspectives, what does effective and sustainable capacity building look like? Should it be top-down policy driven? Should it be bottom-up teacher led? Should it be hybrid or none of the above? I mean, you can have your own views. What do you think, from your perspective, best? Can you round the table?
Yeah, I think it should be hybrid. It should be classroom driven. Okay, it cannot be top down or bottom up. And we have seen in the previous panel that we should probably give teachers a minimal AI literacy, and then how to use the tools. That is very important. That training is critical because it should become part of their process. Whatever they use, they can see who are all high performers, where is the gap in teaching for them today. So if he is able to understand that and deliver his lectures or whatever in adapted manner, that will be very useful. So my capability building will be restricted to not making them AI wizards, just AI tool users. That should be the level, and to the extent needed, not more, not less. And it should be maybe part of the tool itself. They can learning as they go. That should be also be very.
So if I think this is the problem of being academician is that we have to think some paper, some research. If the research is there, we talk, otherwise you won't say something. The one of the approach IT Bombay did long back is teach 10 KT teachers, but Fatec was doing it like 15 years ago. And I can see that in NPTEL for IIT Madras, our SPOCs teachers, for example, single point of contact teachers in the college. And those teachers, those students are doing far better compared to the other teachers. So there's a model, it's called cascade training model. You stop with the first 100 teachers, make them the mentors, then you go down. There's a proper approach for that. I think that's what I like. Nagarajan mentioned about find a SPOC in the school. That would work. And you do I've got the top-down model, but with the cascade approach. But data should come from the bottom, right? So this is the way we should capacity. The first thing is you have to do AI literacy. I think that the previous panel was clearly mentioned that. I think I would go for the top-down model with the cascading approach, collect data from the bottom.
Nice, very nice. I mean, both perspectives are valid important. There's no one size. We wanted to hear what has worked best and what is your recommendation? Yeah.
So couple of perspectives, right? I think we need to do a bit of a reality check in India in the government ecosystem. Bottoms up will never work. Right? You've gone to schools, tried to do trainings out of 15, 20, 30 teachers that are there. The 2, 3, 5 enthusiasts would come and you would start working out after training, even if you do the most interesting training, bags or gifts and food as well. So we have seen now. So in India, it has to be top down, especially if you're doing government ecosystem. There would always be outliers who would be very proactive, like I said, those cheerleaders, outliers who are very passionate about technology. We have seen and pardon me, I'm also old, but the younger lot who are in their early 30s are really proactive in learning technology, even in the government ecosystem. So that's the first thing. I think we need to go top down and then do exactly what Ram said around the cascading. But that's exactly how we do our trainings. Mentor teachers, make them champions, make them the flag bearers, and then leverage them to do, because it's peer learning is always good. Yes. The second thing is, and this is after talking to a lot of state governments in the last one year-ish, is also a complaint. Do you have too much training? So they have this quota of 50 hours of training, right? Even as per NEP 2020, they say mandatory 50 hours of training karni hai. It's a process thing. There are teachers who have been asked and pushed to do a lot more because of the same reason that was, I think, there are 10 NGOs. Each of them goes and says, I'll do AI training, I'll do this product training, that product training, pedagogy training, maths training, physics training, all of that. The 50 hour is over like this for some schools. For some, they don't even touch 25. Now, for the states or schools which are the focus ones for various reasons that the political world understands better, they cross the 50 hour, right? And thus they push back on anything else coming in. So the governments need to optimize and decide the amount and what trainings they try to start of the year. Otherwise, it's just a plenty or a problem of plenty. The other piece, and which sort of sometimes defeats the whole purpose of training, is the lack of infrastructure. Now, we have done AI trainings in, I won't say tier 3, but states there's no infrastructure, no internet, no devices. क्या करोगे आप AI पढ़ाते हो? The teacher has this as the only device in her hand or his hand. What AI would they do? Create a lesson plan and then what they do after this? Will it ever go to the student? No. So if we are doing a training as industry partnership, we are okay to invest in the training. The government should be willing to invest in infrastructure, right? Or the CSR world needs to come in and help with that or whatever. But without providing a device in the teacher's hand, unfortunately, a TV doesn't help.
Right, right.
What we have done in our schools by putting these smart panels is created TV rooms which play lovely YouTube videos. I love YouTube, but that's what is the so-called smart classrooms in India, right? And that is a problem. And that is a problem.
True, true.
Mantriji will come inaugurate a smart classroom with a lovely TV, but that doesn't help the teacher. Unfortunately, it doesn't help the beneficiary, like Chitra said, which is the student.
True, true.
So, training ka use kya hai? If that's where it has to be broken down to a point that we do effective training only where there is an infrastructure available, or the government commits to providing infrastructure and then the training happens.
Okay.
That's just, I know it's sort of an aggressive take on it, but
no, very useful points. Very useful and very relevant. We're all able to connect. And as you said, there may be multiple providers of infrastructure. One is the technology, one is the smart Wi-Fi, electricity. Million things have to work together seamlessly for it to be effective.
And one complaint that we have received when we go to states, हमारे पास Wi-Fi नहीं है. Now you go to the school, there's a router hanging there. But somebody has decided not to make payment to the provider. Right? How do you solve for that?
Correct.
Government has invested in the infra.
Right.
Like, as per BharatNet, they say 65% of India is already covered with internet. Starlink is launching in January. Jio has something similar already in the market. Why is there no internet? Like, are you seriously telling me that we can't take internet? Flipkart provides to how many pin codes? I don't remember the numbers. Somebody from
4,000, I think.
Yeah, probably that's 90% of our pin codes. इसका मतलब there is internet there. नहीं तो order कैसे हो रहा है?
Right.
उसके लिए आपके पास internet है, लेकिन school में internet नहीं है. So our government world, unfortunately, just tries to find reasons to not do what's right. Apologies.
No, I think this is something we all understand. But thanks for bringing them out. Very, very helpful. All the perspectives shared are very, very helpful in understanding the root cause of the problem. See, finally, technology, as Professor Sanjeev said, when we all understand, is for transforming lives, right? I mean, these are the, as Nagoji also mentioned, the last mile problems. These are the last mile problems that we have to be aware of. Over to you, Chitra. What's your...
Yeah, I think all that they said is so valuable. So I'll go on a slightly different depth, right? I think we need to move, and this is for capacity building in every aspect, from event-based PDs and event-based training to embedded training. I mean, even this 50 hours, right? I mean, sometimes it's just a compliance. Okay, yeah, you know, I mean, so to me, event-based is, okay, now, AI literacy, we have to do this, we have to complete this event kind of thing. So how do you embed? I think the very first question we need to ask, not ourselves as trainers or people going with the training offering, but even the school that chooses it or the teachers who are enrolling in it, is the question, what will success look like after this, right? That visualization becomes very important because today we are all sitting here to learn something. And we know that learning is going to help us either incrementally or to add on. There is something that is, I'm just beneficial and I'm calling that success. So what will success look like? And why we got to do that is, if we have to achieve that success, it is not only about completion of the training, but it is about how we take the journey post that, right? Because I complete the training and we are now part of the AI summer dissemination. We are working with so many schools, and it's like sometimes it's so exciting for the teacher. It's like kids in the candy store, right? They're all like, yeah, I got this, I can do this lesson plan, I can do this, whatever. Then they have come to the harsh reality that that's not going to be acceptable to your school policymakers. They are going to say, you do all that, come back, take your old notes, try to put these together. And they are like, why did I even do this training? Right? It has not saved my time. I mean, leave alone saving my time, it's actually doubled my time. And like Sanjay said, we do all this, and then the school has a policy that no mobile phones allowed or no Wi-Fi in the school. I'm even talking about private schools, not even the government school. I feel they are sometimes better off. And then the teacher is like, okay, now you go home and do that. Why would I do that? I mean, so I think it is very important for us to, when the rationale of a training adoption happens, one needs to go through this exercise of what is success going to look like, what are the blockers potentially, what are the factors that is going to help me, and it has to be embedded as a journey and not just that I have gone. Now you're all AI literate, you know prompts, you know how to give better prompts, you know safety, you know ethics, and then you don't use it because of things that is not in my control. So I think, I agree on the hybrid and all that was said, but little more if you look at the way a training or a capacity building has to happen, I feel it should be embedded and purposeful for the journey itself.
Very nice perspective. All of you, great discussion here. I think we are both from the previous roundtable as well as this one, right? We are getting deeper into what really matters, right? Because these are all people who have done it in the field, who have faced the challenges. And we also had some discussion around the best practices, like what you mentioned, right? Train the trainer, find a Spock. So I think understanding both the top-down perspective as well as understanding the last mile challenges, enablers from the systems will puzzle to a large extent. Of course, we will go around the journey. It's a long journey, but there is hope. A huge puzzle. It's a huge puzzle. Yeah,
maze.
The maze. So I think some reason or the other, the rest of the questions I had prepared have been covered in some form or the other. So I think we'll have it as a free for all. I think either we close early for lunch, or I'll probably allow 5-10 minutes for the audience to ask the panelists, whichever way it works.
Yeah, it'd be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I thought rather than just me asking, why not have the audience questions? So the questions are there.
I prefer that model. I didn't like the previous panel's model.
Where you got pulled into it.
So where the panel was asking the audience questions.
Televisions.
Yeah, anybody, please go ahead.
So thank you, enlightening. I love the candor and the passion on the panel. As you think about the systemic issues in India, and so, for example, this is not an exhaustive list: female inclusion, corruption, the environment, literacy. Like, how do we make sure in our education using AI, we're tackling like the really important systemic issues that hit our cultural, our religious, our family taboos?
I wish I had an answer.
I think you have an opinion, so come on.
I have an opinion, but not an answer. And the opinion comes from what a parent told us. So what we're trying to do, and this came out, I think you mentioned it, right? The parent said AI corrected question paper is not good enough. I still need the red tick mark, right? So we're talking to a few parents, because one thing that we realized was when taking AI to schools, one of the very important stakeholders who is ignored is the parent community. And in India, in education for students, we are as parents, and I have two of them, so I'm a parent. We are very, very important stakeholders, unlike in a lot of other countries outside. So we get ignored quite a bit. So we did a session with parents, spoke to them about AI, the benefits and stuff like that. So one of the parent, young kid, he had I think about 7-8-year-old, he said, honestly, I'm not worried about AI. My worry more is social and OTT, because AI will only tell you when you ask something from it. When I'm prompting, it is answering back. Social, you don't ask. You scroll, and like Chitra said, it thinks she only wants to listen to, bhajans and all of that, and not Raja. So it will never give you, it just prompts you or it gives you things that you don't even want. Same thing with OTT. And that is more dangerous than AI. So he was actually very proactive in saying, I'm going to be super happy that kids, my school or my kid's school uses technology for this purpose. The other very interesting perspective, again, and I'm sort of debating a little bit, but came from another parent. He said that I'm not worried about screen time for my kids. What I'm worried about is unproductive screen time on this 6-inch screen device, because I have no control on it. The reason in India we as parents are worried about screen time is because we have no control on this device. There's a beautiful technology that Google has called parental controls. Lovely piece of technology. Hardly anybody uses it. 90% of the phones in India are Android, by the way. And still we don't. And that's why we're worried about screen time, because we have no control on this. On the contrary, inside a class, the screen time is very, very productive, because the teacher and the school, if they decide to, with the right device and the ecosystem, absolutely can control what the kid is watching, viewing, or working on. So if we are able to deploy technology that is controlled and managed by the ecosystem, the education ecosystem, I think a lot of these problems will go away. It will take time, because we are 250 million plus students, 10 million plus teachers, 1 million plus schools. So we will take time, and with AI changing literally every alternate week, it will be a task at hand. But I think if the right leadership puts in their mind, then we can change this ecosystem with a very forward-looking mindset. We can't make a Finland in India. It's not going to happen. They are too small. We're just too big. But we will be able to pick best practices and make India what it should be in this new era.
I don't think we'll go around.
Not a question. Yeah. Actually, I joined to his answer. For Vidya Shakti, we have not named our centers as rural education centers. We named it as rural interaction centers. In these centers, in a few centers, at least in 400 centers, we have piloted financial literacy, basic financial literacy, because they don't even understand how the interests are calculated. They start a shop, in 2 years, they are deep into debt. So we started with financial literacy and basic rights of women and awareness about the government schemes that the public are entitled. They don't even know, because they don't know, read the newspapers. And when the notifications come, they don't know. So we have tried in the after school hours, especially those rural women. We tried with them. They're very happy, because they, especially first time graduates, and then a lot of schemes are available. It's a slow process to build a lot of trust. Then only they will start listening to us. Otherwise, they will think that we have some political motive. So we don't have, we have to build a lot of relationship at the local level. It's a good starting point. Out of the 7,000 centers, we have piloted only 400. Long way to go.
Right. Very empowering.
But the model works.
I have one question to the panel, right? And this is primarily on the scale part of the topic folks are also alluding to, right? One of you or all of you, or any combination. Particularly, Sanjay, you talked about the size of our student body population, right? And if we deploy anything which relate to AI into that population, there obviously will be proportionate compute costs and all of that stuff, right? So from your own lens or anybody else's lens, how do we need to think as a nation or even as a state? Let's say I'm one of the tech state. If I have to think about AI at every student in my state from an equity point of view, how do I need to think about compute, dosage, I mean, things like that, right? That's still a space where I think we haven't, lot of pilots, but we haven't gotten there. But I think at some point in time, some project will get to that stage, and then we need to try to see how that will pan out, or will the cost will become so prohibitive that it will be counterproductive to the whole journey.
So will the cost eventually be difficult to manage? Yes, because this is a bigger country, right? Like a million, even if a device costs 10,000 rupees, let's do a math. That good at maths, but yeah, whatever that number comes at. Right? So yes, it will be difficult. But very interestingly, if you look at, and I'm making a very, very not so correct statement, but there are states who give away 1 million devices for election agendas. Why not give it to the right student? Suddenly, it is 249 million to solve for. But today it goes to somebody who then sells it in the open market, makes 10,000 rupees out of that, and put it. So if the right thought process is there, I think it is solvable. What have we done as a and I'm purely coming from Google point of view. If you look at AI access to education, so 3 big products that we have: Gemini.google.com, Notebook LM, and Gemini within Google Classroom. All these 3 are freely available. Yes, there are paid versions of the product, but for 70, 80, 90% of the world, this is good enough. Maybe you do paid for the teachers, but for the kids, more than good enough. Free product. So the AI platform itself is freely available. It has safety, privacy, guardrails, age-appropriate content, all built into the platform itself. So that's our part of engagement in this partnership. But there are 2 other large facets of it. How do you provide access? So internet. And then how does the kid access once the platform is available, which is the device part of it. And that's something that I'm probably looking at other stakeholders to solve. But that's my take on it.
So I'd like to add one example what we did. Not with school and higher education. So we created a simple personalized system with a RAG model where we give a content and we want AI to only read the given content, paraphrase, and give a feedback. That's all. So when we go to schools, we usually think about, I want to buy API, I want API key. It's not needed. The people when we implement, they don't understand what is the need. The need is simple, small models where maybe Quan model, 2 GB model is enough to download in your local laptop or Raspberry Pi and run it locally. It's solvable, but when the investors, I'm just, when they come in, oh, we ought to use API, let's use the best model. But best model is not needed. The purpose is simple NLP to paraphrase the content. You're not utilizing the, which generation of videos or images. I think we need to understand what is the purpose, then computing costs can be controlled.
Very good perspectives. I think both perspectives were nice. I mean, we don't need huge costs. At the same time, the right.
So what Ram said is very true, because when we go and talk to governments, they eventually end up reaching to everybody wants to reach to the Everest. Okay, सबसे अच्छी चीज चाहिए. But let's solve for the other problems. We have 100,000 schools in India where we have 1 teacher, and there are starting from 5 to 30 kids in the same classroom of grades 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th. Can we figure out a solve for that? At least AI can help that teacher provide personalized content to a 3rd, 4th, and a 5th grade kid. But नहीं वो solve नहीं करना है. इनकी creative thinking का क्या होगा वो solve करेंगे हम. So if we can figure out that problem and solve for it rather than trying to say I'm buying a tech, I think that approach would be much more beneficial.
Thank you for
just a quick time check. I think 2 of you had questions.
There was a question.
Yeah, there is a question here also. So we have 1 person raised his hand, so I'll have to give him the chance. can tell me the organizers, how much more time can we go into? Otherwise, we can break during lunch and 5 to 10 more minutes allowed. Okay. So we'll have you ask, this person ask, and with that, I think we'll get, and Makran. Okay, Makran. So 3 questions and we'll get it to close. The rest of you can obviously interact during lunch. I mean, it's not like I'm stopping. I just have to be conscious of the time. That's all. Go ahead, please.
Sure. There was a recent report by the MIT Media Lab that raised quite a bit of a storm where I think they measured, it was a really interesting study. They took 3 batches of students in the greater Boston area and they put EEGs to their brain and they were looking at, whether it was semantic processing or memory load or, a whole range of, activities related to measuring their cognitive capacity. They found that students who were using GPT, ChatGPT or other AI assisted tools had the lowest levels, and those who were using Google had significantly higher levels, and those who were using no technology assistance were doing slightly better than what people were when they had access to Google. And I think many of the points that you all have raised about access and making sure that there's improvements in technical proficiency, so there's actually uptake once you bring these devices into the classroom, are like, of course, very important. And I think that the lowest common denominator that we have to aspire to. But it seems to me that there's a kind of really interesting and generative tension, and specifically what you mentioned, ma'am, when you said there's a difference, I might be getting it wrong, but between gross body and subtle body, and basically we're not very good at long-term planning and we tend to prioritize the short term. So even if we do solve for technical proficiency and students start using this, can you think of any strategies on how to operationalize, not just like, are they proficient at a technical level of using it, but how are they deriving value from it? Because I mean, even for me, for instance, like if you give me 2 use cases where I can substitute what is otherwise difficult learning and complex cognitive tasks with easy generation of answers that I might need for exams, I prefer that. I wouldn't figure out a more meaningful task flow that will actually improve my cognitive capacity in the long run. So outside of access, if we're trying to improve the quality of outcomes, how do we think about that, either at the field or at academia or even at the level of procurement with the private sector and the government?
Amazing question. I mean, it's very important because I think we've been crusading against mediocrity in education. What is this mediocrity we are talking about, right? Essentially, if you were to bring it to one sentence, I would say the value attribution in classrooms and school ecosystems at homes is always on the product rather than the process, right? This has been a problem for several years. That's why I get a little, triggered when people say, will AI take away critical thinking? And my question always be, did you allow that in the initial case? I mean, what are you talking about? At least I'm happy today that we are all sitting here and talking about critical thinking, socio-emotional aspects. And we've been doing this and people will be like, no, he has to perform very well in the exam. So it was always been about performance and product rather than the process. That's why I loved it when, I think it was IIT which said, use AI, but tell us what prompts you use, because that itself can give you a peep into the way a person is thinking. So I think the only way we and all stakeholders can approach this is start attributing value, because children learn from the value we attribute. These days I go to teachers and tell them, like, I'll tell you, I mean, pre-AI, pre-internet, we used to have these projects given to children, right? And then the projects were actually given to the kirana shop who will make a quick buck and finishing the project and giving it to you. So parents were like, yeah, this is the project, I'll go take 100 rupees, go get the project done. And the teacher, when the children bring the project, do not ask how you did it. Did you enjoy doing it? Did you take help from anyone? What were you stuck with? What did you like about it? It was always like, see how colorful Sanjay's is and how drab Chitra's is, right? And then I start thinking that I should, I go and ask who did it for you. Yeah. That kind of kirana shop.
It costs around $5,000 now.
So I'm just trying to bring, and children start learning these values. I mean, they learn what is the value attribution. I will behave that way, right? Even at home, and I'm not only blaming schools. School is usually a reflection of home and vice versa. Can we start focusing more on the process? Outcome is important. I need to read. I need to understand literature. I need to appreciate art. All that can be, I need to make things. But I think it's about how I do it rather than what is the final output, right? And I think this can solve a lot of problems. And that's something people like us are repeatedly going and talking. In fact, the AI model we are developing is actually a training that is also allowing the children to think in every step. For example, a reading app, let's say, right? Or a speaking app. You can ask the child, would you want to prepare before you answer? Because we are all like mostly Indians. If somebody asks, I'm like, I have to answer immediately, right? We never organize our thoughts and we never collate it. And we think it's the first buzzer round is the guy who has to, whatever. So I think it is about even making our AI models, AI offerings, teaching children that the value is about preparation, the value is about processes, output. If it's good, great. Otherwise, it's always a next time.
Great question, great answer also. So somebody from this side, yeah.
Thank you. My question is two-part largely, but same question. I love the idea of cascade teaching model. So there's a thought on this that the government has already for training by a bunch of other. Clearly, they are not doing well. We are talking about it, the teacher training. Perfect. I want to know a little more about it. Like, do you think there is a potential to improve that lever a little more, like to the institutions that do training, and hence improve the teacher outcomes rather than directly teaching teachers, training people? Because if these institutions improve, that train teachers seems to be a bigger boost multiplier. The second is there was fair critique of governments, obviously. There are 31 million children. I think last week out there were 900 civil services training that train just civil. But a lot of times it is always operating under pressure. And what ends up happening is that we respond to the first thing that comes to our first problem. Do you see a potential for using AI to improve their capacity itself, like 100 civil services, and making sure that they come out from the bed to great people rather than responding immediately, responding to the crime? This is why it's the same question effectively, because one is addressing teacher training about civil services, but I want to understand if technology and AI if there are, that can be used in improving the institution. Investing in one institution and churning out individuals day after going out and changing. Well, is a great example. I believe not many other institutions. I would love to hear.
The first part addressed nicely. Learning has to be embedded. Instead of doing a train the trainer and then think that it will work, it is not going to happen. So it has to be embedded. A lot of hand holding has to happen. After okay, that is the first part. The second part is
I think the answer is yes. Can AI help in improving the way schools or these institutions run? I think 100% the answer is. The nuances depends upon what the school is about. For example, we are trying to work with NCERT to bring in some of these changes at the RIs, the place where teachers get through the B.Ed training itself. Because our B.Ed curriculum fairly has been similar for quite a few years. I'm not a B.Ed, so I won't comment on how many years, but there are teachers in the room who can say when was the last change that happened to our B.Ed curriculum. So what we're saying is, can we include that? Because tomorrow's teachers will be using technology. And can we use tech to optimize how they learn? One thing that we are doing, but I'm sure there are other thoughts around how AI can help these institutions. If AI can help schools, it 100% can help a lot of these institutions. How has to be figured out by
just to add a bit on whatever was being said, and also from my previous refrain on process, right? I mean, today also we saw I don't know, Makarand, who talked about this known fact that 95% or whatever percent of fifth graders cannot read second grade stuff. We see a whole lot of that. But how much do we see about the inputs that is contributing to it? I'm sure research is there, But if you ask anybody, these are the headlines that we think about. But what are the inputs that is contributing or not contributing or blocking is something that today I think AI can help us understand, right? We have monitoring and evaluation. Can we push that monitoring evaluation to see how a class is conducted? Then look at the result and say, you know what, this is why that did not come. For example, I spoke about this numeracy AI spotting that it's a literacy gap, right? So then you go to a math teacher, bring math teachers together and say, please focus on instructions. Please focus on how to write your word problems, which we never do. We teach math, more math. But we, we need to teach also math teachers on what are the blockers. Word problems are a huge blocker. Till 2 + 2 children do well. And then when you say, I don't know how many of you have read this, how children learn by, and he says, in the author there says that when he started asking children, right, how do you know whether you're going to use addition or subtraction in a given problem? The child says, very easy. If I see a bigger number first and a smaller number second, I know it's subtraction. I mean, it's absolute brilliance, right? But they've started seeing patterns on how to crack and how to crack JEE, maybe. I mean, I shouldn't be saying it here, but then that's the way, we kind of. So I think the focus should be on inputs. How do we calibrate inputs? And why I'm saying inputs is that comes from teacher training institutions. That comes from in-service and pre-service training. And then you start seeing if that correlates to the final impact of learning itself.
Thank you very much, all of you. I have to put a.
Because when we wrote JEE, we were evaluated on the what we wrote, not the answer. Now it is about answers.
Bring it on. Bring it on back.
We have lost.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Thank you.
Yeah, it could be wrong, but
You were thinking in the right direction.
Right.
I mean, 1 minute, we keep going to smaller population countries, like you said, Finland and New Zealand. I've seen this math teacher, the child brings a notebook and says 5 + 5 = 9. A typical Indian teacher with limited time and bandwidth would say wrong. And I saw her sitting for 7.5 minutes, asking the child, what was in your head? How did you add? So where did you go wrong? I used to be like in awe and say, this will never happen in India. But I think AI can do that. AI can make that happen. So we have to think about it so positively that all these gaps can actually be, if we are developing good models, AI models in education, these are the gaps that we need to really fill in so that we liberate children, right? If the numeracy literacy gap was not properly understood, the teacher will keep on telling the child practice addition, and the child will be like, I think I know addition. What he doesn't know is how to read a question.
Okay, I think hard stop on time. My two bosses have been staring me for the last 5 minutes, and justifiably so. Many people's stomachs will be grumbling. I'd like to
Correct. Thank you.
Just to take care of the question, not to repeat it. That should make it comfortable, right?
Thank you. With that, we break for lunch. We'll be resuming the afternoon session at 7:30. It's right opposite and it's only for 45 minutes. So running short
For some reason, the microphone has a filter, picks up everybody else's voice except.
It's good.
We are not able to hear anything what you are saying. So Geeta, come closer to the microphone, repeat what is.
Yeah.
Be listening back.
Yeah.
We should take our stuff.
Can take everything. Have your lunch and
Oh, yeah.
I was meeting lunch.
Thank you very much. I was going to describe it to Ravi and.
I thought we were moving it for the whole. That's just.
Lunch.
Yeah, now you can try.
Sorry. Lovely listening to you.
I think we should connect.
Yeah, we should. I can get it from email ID or.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You're also.
I have. Chennai. That's why I'm when I started staying along.
Sure.
But yeah,
Definitely connect.
yeah. Thank you so much.
Thank you for coming. Please. I'm sure there will be some engagement that we can get. Whatever.
The COE stuff.
I can, so I'll connect you with that.
I'll be in touch. Anyway, I'm in touch. Samath is doing well.
Like, absolutely. Okay. Very good. Please do.
They want.
செக் 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 மைக்கு பக்கத்துல இருக்கா இல்ல அப்படி இருந்தாலும் வரக்கூடாது செக் கம்மி ஓகே இது நான் கம்மி பண்ணிடுறேன் செக் பண்ணிட்டாரு அவரு கேக்குதா அதான் வச்சிருக்கோம் Yeah. On the corner on that. Check. Hello, check audible. கேக்குதா யூஸ் பண்ணி வரீங்க
கேக்குதாண்ணா Raine. Hello, check, check. Hello, check audible.
Check audio 1, 2, 3.
Check, check. ஓகேவா செக் செக் 1 2 3 4 5 6 7
Check 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, bro.
மைக்கு வேலை செய்யலனாலும் அவங்க போய்
Check. We now move to theme 2, which is focusing on human capital and AI leadership in the public sector. We have an exciting fireside chat featuring Ms. Vidya Srinivasan, VP and General Manager for Google Ads and Commerce at Google, in conversation with Professor Balaraman Ravindran, who's the head of Vadwani School of Data Science and AI at IIT Madras. To moderate this session, I request Dr. Geeta Raju, who's a senior policy analyst at CRI, to come on stage. And a quick introduction about Dr. Geeta Raju. Dr. Geeta Raju is a senior policy analyst at the Center for Responsible AI at IIT Madras. Her research expertise lies in AI, ML, NLP techniques, data privacy, and policies, particularly in predicting social media user privacy based on the personal information disclosed. She has authored thought leadership articles, international journals, and conference publications. She is also a research group member at the Center for AI and Digital Policy. I request Dr. Geeta to introduce the speakers and call them on stage, please.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So I take immense pleasure in welcoming Vidya Srinivasan, who's the Vice President and General Manager at Google Search Advertising and experiences Google USA, and also Professor Balram Ravindran, who is the head of Vadwani School of Data Science and AI, and head and professor at IIT Madras. Yeah. So as we are running short in time, I'll give you a quick introduction of both of them. I know that they literally need no introductions, but Vidya has led a lot of unique initiatives that has taken Google to the next level, like Performance Max, Google's first AI-powered goal-based campaign across search, YouTube, display, discover, and a lot other things. And she has worked a lot in terms of MSMEs and e-commerce related stuffs in Google, right? We welcome you, Vidya. And here, sure. Moving on to Professor Ravindran. I know every one of you know him better than anyone else. So he heads the Vadwani School of Data Science and AI, Robert Bosch Center for Data Science and Artificial Intelligence, and the most happening place like the Center for Responsible AI, where we do a lot
That's
of.
because Geeta works there, so that's why she wants to make.
And of course, that's why we are here together today. And his areas of interest and a lot of research works revolve around AI, reinforcement learning, and other stuff. And notably, he is also the part of different advisory committees and policy advisories to all the government, be it central and state governments for different areas. And he was part of the committee which recently published the RBI free AI framework, and also we welcome you, sir. Yeah. So just a warm-up question to both of you. So let me start with Vidya now. We just want to know how you use AI at work and also in your personal life. And let us know, when did you feel AI as a game changer, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Um, at work, we use it day in and day out. So maybe I'll start with my personal experience with AI. I would say the product that I use the most is AI mode in search, which is basically the conversational experience that you have with search now, which has been a game changer for me, just because you can express your needs in natural language. You can go very deep and very specific. It also helps that so I have 4 kids, and they have lots of questions, and my universal response now is we open this up and start going back and forth, which has just gotten so much easier than how it used to be before. At work, it's pretty much what is not AI is more the question. I'm sure we'll talk a lot about that, but it's all over.
Yeah, that's great. So Ravi sir,
Yeah.
to hear from you, as you usually work with AI, and it's less likely you don't work with AI and all.
So I mean, there are a couple of things, right? So we do AI research, but do we use canned AI tools? Right? That's a question, right? So, and of course we do, and more often than not, I'm using like what I said, AI mode in search, but of course not always Google's AI mode. But
It's okay.
I'm not bound to say that I use Google all the time, right? So, but then I have to pitch something else. I do use Perplexity quite a lot. For people who don't know the reference, Arvind Srinivas is my student. I had to give a pitch for him. That's one thing. And then, but I also more recently, actually, after a lot of hesitation, started using AI to help me write as well. Right. And so initially I was not very happy with the earlier versions of these tools, and they were very repetitive. The sentence structures are really stilted in my opinion. And so, but now what is happening is I am able to give it example paragraphs and say, hey, rewrite the text in this style of whatever I have written in the past year, and so on and so forth. And that it's able to do with the minimal amounts of editing and so on and so forth. So I think that is a place where now I feel a little bit more comfortable. So even though I don't ask it to generate the text all by itself, I actually give it pre-written like talking points and so on and so forth, and just get the stylistic input from that. I think that's been something very useful. And of course, nowadays I do 90% of my time is spent in doing admin, so I don't code that much. But if I am coding, I'm pretty sure that I will be relying on AI a lot more than I would have in the past. But one thing I should say that 2 years back, we did this informal survey among our MTech students to figure out how many of them, under the promise of no action taken, were using AI to generate code. And this is 2 years back, not now. Now I'm pretty sure the answer would be 100%. 2 years back, even nearly 70% of the students were using AI, not for their programming exercises back then, but when they were doing their final project, the final thesis, for writing the code for the final thesis, a large fraction of the students were using AI tools back then, right? So I think it's here to stay, and maybe finally I'm accepting that we have to use it in everyday life.
Yeah, so I've been hearing from both of you that we are using AI as more a sort of companion. And yeah, so moving on to the next question, right? So apart from being a companion, how do you see AI as a supportive tool for building efficient products for business, especially for small businesses? And do you see some successful organizations who have implemented modern marketing technologies by leveraging AI systems, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So I'm not sure how many will know the nuances of marketing or advertising. Essentially, advertising is about you have to start with what we call a creative, which is a thing that you want to advertise, and then run a campaign against it. Create a campaign, run the campaign, measure it, and then do it all over again depending on the results. That's the core of how it works. And AI pretty much sort of supercharges every part of that journey. If you think about the creative to begin with, now we have all the generative techniques where we can automatically come up with creatives. Not just that you can come up with creatives ahead of time, you can actually do it even on the fly based on what the user's intent is in the moment, based on what the user is asked for in that moment, and then have an ad that is speaks to exactly what the user wants. And then when it comes to setting up campaigns, especially because you're talking about small and medium businesses, one of the challenges that they have is they have limited resources and limited skills. And it's hard for them to go understand the tools of, all of these different things that one can do. So we now have these conversational experiences where they can just point to a website and say, hey, create a campaign for me. I just want to maximize the number of people who will come to my store or who will come to my website or whatever the case may be, or maximize some other aspect, downloading some document, maybe they want to maximize. And then the AI takes care of just setting up the campaign completely. And then the third part is actually running these campaigns, meaning when should they show up? Where should they show up? Should it be in search? Should it be in YouTube? Should it be somewhere else? All of that also is run by AI these days. And in terms of who's doing this well, we see within our client base, 80% have adopted AI. When we do industry surveys, third-party surveys, the answer typically ends up being in the 80% and 80% of SMBs have said they already use AI. So it's, I would say, ubiquitous in usage at this point because it is such a it gives them such a big leverage compared to even larger clients.
Yeah, that's interesting to see that 80% of different aspects are being leveraged using AI, right? So that's really great. And Ravi sir, as we spoke about low resource settings and all, right? And we were talking about AI for education since morning. And I want to give you a question related to that. So how do you see AI being adopted in education sector in India? And how do you see it more beneficial to the user community?
So, I mean, so we have been hearing, and we'll continue to hear about the impact of AI on education, right? So, and one of the biggest challenges, so going back to the point that Vidya was making about, even though people want to use AI, adopt AI, but they don't have the resources to do it more effectively, and what is it that we can do to help them get there, right? I think that is a big, that's going to be a big stumbling block that we have to solve, right? If you're going to get AI to be more impactful across the country. Right. So, for example, I think we did this back of the envelope computation some time back with our collaborators from CSF on how much it will take for children to access AI meaningfully for learning, right? School kids, grade 6 through 8, and things like that. And roughly, if a kid starts using AI in a rural area, they will basically exhaust a whole month's data plan of their parents in a couple of days. Right. So now how would you tell the kids that, hey, you have to use AI effectively to start, learning? So we have to build, capacity. This is something that we have talked about, right? We have to build, AI model hosting and serving capacity. Perhaps not a full blown, the latest greatest version of Gemini, but some version of maybe like a Edugema or something like that, which is less capable, more severely guardrail and restricted, right? But that is hosted and served in a significantly subsidized manner. So these are some of the things which we really have to get the corporate bodies, right, who are interested in contributing to the upliftment of the nation and have them also contribute to this in a big way. And that is one direction which I hope we can enable conversations around. And so that will be one of the biggest stumbling blocks. But otherwise, I mean, all around there's going to be a big. In fact, I've been saying this repeatedly. Education, as we know it, is over. We just haven't woken up to it yet, and mostly it's the teachers who haven't woken up to it. But so we have to start thinking about how kids are already learning, right? Whether we are guiding it or not, children are already getting significantly influenced by the access to AI, right? And we don't control it. The Australians are trying it. Let's see how they succeed. But we don't control access to AI at all, and we don't have mechanisms to control access to AI right now. And so that's going to happen. It's going to run ahead. Right? So we have to figure out how we would do this and how we'll make kids ready for a AI-enabled future. Right. So I think Sriram is here, and he'll probably talk later about human AI allied societies that we are going to have to live in going forward, and how are we going to train kids for. There's a lot of very interesting implications of AI in education.
So, as you said, children are already exposed to a lot of AI systems. But there's one more challenge, right? So, how many of the how many children are aware that they are actually interacting with an AI system? So,
How many adults are aware?
yeah. Yeah, of course, all of us, right? So that is the most fundamental question we have to solve. Yeah. So since we spoke about all these technologies, now there is this buzzword called agentic AI, right? So I just want to ask Vidya first about what agentic AI looks in e-commerce ecosystem in Google, and also can you give us some idea about any of the successfully implemented AI agents in Google? Yeah.
So it's a heavily overloaded term, agentic AI. It feels like everybody has to call their products. So I think broadly we can categorize it into sort of two categories. One is conversational agents, which is much more about AI mode, where AI mode type experiences where you go back and forth, you can converse in natural language, and then the agent guides the user through a conversation, gets deeper and deeper, and is able to suggest things that the user may not have suggested on their own or asked on their own. That's one class of agentic things, and I think we're quite far along there. We see lots of adoption. People love these sorts of experiences for certain categories of queries. We see this as a big expansion of the search universe, in fact, in terms of what people come to search for, to do. And then there's another category of use cases where the agents actually take action on behalf of the user. So this could be fully commercial in nature, where you go buy something for the user, or it could be things like go download something, or make a phone call, things of that nature. And I would say these are more in more nascent stages of development, because it requires the models themselves to evolve further. The infrastructure we have, the tool calling that happens, the set of capabilities needed for these journeys to complete. Actually, it's quite easy to do it when everything is successful. The complexity for those sorts of agents kick in when the failure conditions hit, when websites are not available, when logins don't work, and all the things that actually happen in life, and how do you handle all these things gracefully and still lead to a successful outcome. There is still a lot to be done to get them to be consistently successful. Some of the products that we have in this space, and again, early days for this, one is called agentic checkout, where I can on Google search, look for a pair of trousers that I like, and say, hey, I'm willing to buy these trousers. It's gray in color. It has to be the size, except I don't want to pay this price. I would take it if it's 10% off of the current price. And then you can launch an agent that essentially scours our shopping graph, which is pretty much the catalog available online, and let the user know when such a product is available at the price that the user wants. And then the user can, with one click, complete the transaction, and the payment information is already there. All the address is already there. This is one example of an agentic system. Another example, which we launched more recently, is an agent where within Google search you can say, hey, call up all the stores near me that sell, I don't know, a bike that I want to buy for my daughter. It has to be the size, it has to be pink. Just call all the nearby stores, let me know where it's in stock. The agent will actually place the call, announce itself as an agent to the store person, and check on the inventory and availability of this bike, and then send me a summary at the end of the day saying, hey, these are all the places I called, this is the situation. You can now go take the next action. So think of it as a set of things that people typically don't want to do, sort of grunt work, not fun stuff. And agents are able to lend itself to the productivity of people by completing these things. So these are some of the examples, but lots more to come.
That's interesting. So I see a lot of privacy aspects coming into agentic AI, right? So just wanted to think through how Google has thought about ensuring privacy of users.
So in in any situation where an agent is empowered to take action on behalf of the user, whatever the action may be, I think privacy and trust and all of that becomes extraordinarily critical. I think that's the first principles. You start with that and then build the product. So one, safety and all of these controls are built into the product. Even in the case of the buying example, this is why we still have the final click from the user to indicate that they are indeed willing to purchase a product, because at that point it's a binding financial transaction. The other thing that we're doing on this front is introducing protocols that will allow for the privacy information and the things that we need for controlling spam and to detect all of this to be better. So one of the things we did is introduction of this protocol called agentic payments protocol, which essentially prepares for a world where agents can make payments. But then the level of information sharing that has to happen in that case is very different than regular payments by people. And so we are working towards many initiatives. It's not a one answer. There are a whole set of initiatives that we are working on. But this is a sort of problem that I think we have to work with the partners, work with agencies like CIRI, because there are technical challenges that are not solved. There are, I would say, more ethical challenges that we have to also take on. And this is something that we want to work with research institutions, with, of course, learning from our own consumers, as well as governments, to figure out what the right balance will be in terms of pushing the boundaries of innovation, at the same time protecting users and giving them control.
Glad to.
Right. So we're talking about all this safeguards that need to be put in, right? So again, this is something which I always keep bringing up. So the kind of cultural things that you have to be aware of, right? So very different from geography to geography, and Google operates literally everywhere in the world, right? So how much of effort is actually going in right now to look, kind of hardening it against all kinds? I mean, so for example, Indian sensibilities versus the American ones.
In general, so geography is one aspect of where you have.
Geography, I'm talking about culture. Yeah.
Sorry,
Culture.
So culture is one aspect. I would say the similar sort of, I would say, the spread in concerns, because culture is one aspect where the concern can be, where the behaviors can be very pointed in one direction or skewed in one direction, but it also exists for different verticals. There are queries that are far more sensitive, things that come in that are far more sensitive for people compared to others. There are things that are tied to monetary value that may be higher or lower. There are things that are related to how harmful it can be to the user, depending on. So, in general, we are investing a lot in understanding how to classify these things. Culture being an important lever as well. But more broadly speaking, we think this is a global problem because of the variance that exists for sensitivities that are quite spread out, even in every other part of the world as well. Certainly in India, one of the things that that we've learned a lot from is just the ubiquitous use of GPay. And from that comes a lot of information and understanding of how consumers view commercial engagements, and building with that understanding and building the products that we have even beyond payments has helped us really prepare for similar things even globally.
Can I keep take over your role for so
I think your job is in jeopardy here.
So
her job is in jeopardy.
Nah.
So
seriously, I have one more question to ask her. So
do you want to go to dinner instead? But
no. So so you brought up GPay. So I was not going to do that, but since you brought it up, I have a question for you.
Yes.
So one of the things that I have been talking about, so what are the uniquely Indian things that an AI can address, right? So is that a Indian problem which doesn't exist elsewhere? So one of those things, especially since I've been doing all this stuff for RBI and so on and so forth, is the detail at which microtransactions get recorded in the Indian market, right, as opposed to elsewhere, right? So it's everything is digital, so you have a huge digital footprint and trace of this, right? So there's a lot that you can do, both from a commercial aspect, but also from surfacing more social issues and things like that. So since you have access to probably the largest such database of these small transactions through GPay, are you doing any work? I know it's not directly under you, but or is Google doing some work in this space where you're looking at analyzing these microtransactions, or actually asking questions, right, which people elsewhere can't even ask. Forget about answer.
Well, GPay is under me.
Oh, it is. So cool. Yes.
Yes.
And you control all the money at Google. That's what ads, GPay. Oh wow. Now you know who's the most powerful person after Sundar.
I think so. Our experience with GPay in India has been special. I think kudos to India for bringing on the rails and driving this kind of adoption. The very strict rules and policies on how we use any of the data that gets collected. The thing where we lean in with what we see is actually in protecting GPay users for GPay, which is all the spam and other things that happen, which is, again, India is an outlier on that as well. There is less to do with everything else just because of how we have to handle the data.
Okay. Yeah, I can go back to the script. Yeah.
Yeah, so we have heard a lot about agentic AI and all. Ravi sir, do you see that?
Supposed to ask questions. Okay.
There's one more question that is left out for you
Okay. Yeah. Go on.
about agentic AI.
Anyways, I have to
So,
start asking. I can ask him questions.
yeah, yeah. You have any? You can
Is
still,
there
yeah.
something you wish GPay did differently?
Not GPay per se. I mean, I'm just talking about for example, right? So there are a lot of unorganized labor, like all these gig workers and things like that in the Indian market, right? So they don't have a good financial valuation in some sense, right? I mean, how much are they worth? Because there is much of their salaries and things like that not even recorded, right? Is there a way that you can use GPay data to say, hey, look, this guy is probably, I mean, some kind of a protected way, some kind of a third-party service or something like that, where you can give some kind of a credit rating to people who are primarily operating on the GPay platform in collaboration with somebody else. So that is one thing which could certainly help, broader financial inclusion in India. So that is one. That's where I was.
Got it. I mean, one of the extensions from GPay is actually now we are introducing a credit card that can be issued. That, of course, is on the back of a person's viability in terms of credit risks that one can take with this person based on their payments history. So it gives them at least access to some financial liquidity in that sense, but it's a little, and what you're saying is even a step further from that. Yeah.
Yeah. So, Ravi sir, do you want to talk briefly about how agentic AI can be used in education sector, like any of the AI applications that is developed for students, teachers, and
Yeah, so they was talking about how we want agents to do all the boring work for us. So grading is one thing. But no. So jokes apart, I'm not completely comfortable with where we are at right now with agentic technology to say that it should take over, teaching duties and things like that. But there is significant amount of other kinds of operation that, I mean, both from what a teacher can assign to an agent, right, and also what a learner can assign to an agent. So I think both of these are certainly possible. So for example, if you take the extreme view that Notebook LM is an agent, right? So it is in some sense, right? You can assign it a video to watch and come back and give you some summary of things, right? So in that way, it's actually a very, very good, very useful learning tool. Right? In fact, I think Andre Karpathy said this some time back. So now the way he reads papers now is first give it to Notebook LM and then look at the summary it generates and then decides what part of the paper to pay more attention to. So I think there are all of these tools that are coming out. Where you can use it in quote unquote agentic manner. And like Vidya said earlier, agents is a very broad term, right? I mean, we have been using it for at least 40 years in AI. So, in fact, the Russell and Norvig book, right, actually takes a agentic view to AI. And that was the first edition came out, 45 years back. Yeah, so agents has been pretty broadly used, and I think there are many areas in which you can use agentic approaches for. But if you ask me one specific application where I would recommend that we have to use an agentic AI, I think I'm not sure yet. I mean, but possibly you have a better answer, because you understand the landscape better than I do.
In terms of education itself, I think the
yeah, I mean,
common
having
use
4
case-
kids qualifies.
Yes, we just went through college applications for my second son.
Did you use an agent to write the application?
I refrain from answering.
She pleads the fifth. Yeah.
No comment on that. One of the things I see kids do is asking the agents to come up with a learning plan and even time management. So one of the kids struggle a lot with time management, and they've been using. I see this as a common use case that people do, and then the actual learning plan and the less obvious thing about learning agents and in the context of learning with children is people, even if it's the same thing delivered by a professor versus the agent, they like listening to the agent because they can set the tone to the form. Not me, not me. I personally like my professors, but but they can set the tone to match what their learning preference is. So, for example, I see lots of teenage girls saying, "Give me like a friendly, gossipy tone." And so yeah, so did you know that this is what happens? Can you believe this? It's sort of that sort of a way to draw people in. It's
My God,
and get them to
imagine
learn.
teaching some sorting algorithm with that tone.
Yes. How much better it would have been. I still remember red black trees, which I never used after that, by the way.
That will be interesting, right? So
yeah,
left and
that's
right.
right.
So
I mean, Notebook LM took off essentially because it just got the user to get very engaged with the thing. And I have lots of strategy papers that I have to read in my job, and now I do exactly that. I go through Notebook LM first and then dive into areas. But I think the tone matters so much, and that's one part of agent that I think gets underemphasized.
yeah. So this is now getting transformed as a skill, right? If you are able to develop an agentic AI system or a model, what kind of skills do you foresee in a employer or some of the resource that you deploy in developing these systems, right? So from the industry perspective, what kind of skills do you expect from a person?
You mean in terms of people we would hire?
Yeah.
The landscape, as he was mentioning, I think education, coding, everything is transforming at a fairly phenomenal rate, and we are at the sort of the start of that journey. Certainly, coding within Google has changed quite a bit in terms of how much assistance coding agents and coding IDEs are providing the whole experience. I think at this point we're looking for people who are self-starters and have a demonstrated ability to learn fast. So they've tried different things. They're naturally curious. They have the mindset of using these tools to their advantage. It's not them versus the tool. It's rather how do you leverage it to go faster. That I would say the second thing is you have to pair it with someone who has the fundamentals to be very strong. I mean, just because we had calculators, it didn't mean that we didn't need to learn arithmetic anymore. I mean, if you didn't learn that, so many other things would not have been clear at all. Similarly, we're still looking for people who have the foundations of thinking critically and having the foundational systems very clear in their head. So that's another thing we look for. And the third one, I would say increasingly things are interdisciplinary. As much as AI is amazing in the field of computer science, it's even more powerful in every other field in terms of the potential for transformation. And so people who are able to see that potential and sort of bring different domain experiences together and be able to think about, hey, well, how will the job of a doctor change as a result? How will they be able to intake patients? How will they be able to use this in their day-to-day? To how will somebody doing an entirely different, an architect, how is their job going to change? So being able to have a viewpoint that spans disciplines, I think becomes more important.
Yeah, that's interesting from the industry perspective. So since you spoke about fundamentals, I would like to have this question to Professor Ravi. So let's time travel to 2020 and just do a comparison about what new skills does a student now have in terms of developing
I
AI
wish I can
systems.
say that the curriculum has changed since the 2020s, but no. So we are still training the students the same way we were training them in the 2020s. I wish which shouldn't be the case. In fact, there was some conversation I was having with an entrepreneur, and he was saying that, hey, look, for software jobs, we are only looking to hire people with 5 years experience at the entry level.
Entry level and 5 years.
So it kind of doesn't make sense to me. So in fact, the way we should be training people is that when they graduate from a 4-year program here, they have 5 years of industry experience, right? So I mean, I'm saying that seriously. I'm not joking about it. So the fact is, we have to really dig down and think what is it that they get in the 5 years and out in the industry, and what is it that we can do in our education to make sure we equip them with that kind of experience, whether it's more industry exposure. But it looks like industry exposure doesn't make sense because it's already designed for people with 5 years experience. Right? So how is it that we are going to lead them up to a point where they can actually graduate from a 4-year program? Or I guess 4-year programs are also a thing of the past. So maybe in 5 years from now, you'll tell me, hey, what do you think? Can you time travel back in the past and tell us about what's crazy idea led people to think every degree program has to be 4 years? Right. So I don't know, maybe that's also a thing of the past. But whatever it is, when the students graduate from a college, right, so would they be ready for the industry? That's typically what we think for, right? So we try to make them industry ready. And if the industry is saying that, oh, we need somebody with 5 years experience as per the 2020 curriculum, so we'll have to think about what should the new curriculum be. A lot of work needs to be done in that space, right? We have to work with the folks in the industry who understand how the field is moving, not just for people who want to go into development job, right? Also for people who want to do research, because the way you do research is also changing rapidly as software industry is.
Yeah, so there was this very funny meme that if you want to get into an AI architect role, you should have some 20 years of experience. And literally, the industry is now booming with AI and hardly 10 years max, right? So some realistic expectation from the industry as well. Yeah, I think we are on time, so I can have one more round of question to both of you. So having agents is interesting, right? So how do you scale it up to a larger community? So when you do it for one use case, which actually caters to one culture or one region, geographical region, but Google is a multinational company and it serves different regions and different set of communities. So how do you see it as a really possible solution which can scale to different users, different region cultures, and what kind of guardrails are you implementing in terms of ensuring safety and security and other ethical aspects of AI, which is much more necessary when you are deploying it for public use?
I would say there are different classes of agents that come into play. I think there are, especially because agents are, if you are referring to agents as task completion,
Yeah, task completion, decision making,
decision
whatever,
making,
right?
then it becomes very local to the use case as well as to geography is one aspect of it, but it starts to become like the use case that you're targeting and how many people have the need for that particular use case. So for example, we launched this feature called Try On You. It's not fully agentic, but it has a lot of the Gen AI magic because you can point to it actually launched in India December 4th. In search, you can take a piece of a clothing like I like a skirt, and I can say click the button that says try on you. I upload my picture, and it shows exactly how that skirt is going to look on me. This takes away the friction of online shopping, which the biggest thing is I mean, it looks good on this model, but I'm not that model. How does that work on me? And then, of course, there are other aspects that you will consider, but still, it takes one of the biggest friction points. A feature like that is a lot more transferable across domains. Now, again, there might be probably women will use that feature more than men. I mean, there'll always be the opting in of features for these sorts of things because it starts to get very particular for whom these things become useful. And so the scaling characteristics end up being about people who are opting in and not. And then there are others that are far more universal, which is like an agentic checkout. I think as long as we build the trust required and the success rates where people know exactly what happens every time they go to it and they are okay with doing that, then I think those are features that are far more scalable across lots more of the population. In terms of building in the guardrails, I think since we are early days, our take is when in doubt, ask the user. So let's bring the user in because we're still learning. We're still figuring out what is that point where users are willing to give up control. And so the model typically ends up being first get to a really high bar on quality and completion and have confidence that it's going to work well. Then invite the user to, give the control. Once you've demonstrated for some time that you can consistently deliver on the promise, and then you have the I think you've earned the right to say, can I take away the control and make the default? We have not quite got to that point, but that would be the transition of these sorts of features. And that's worked, for example, with merchants in the back end, where they have given up control on running campaigns. And now initially it was ask for permission to try something, to making that the default. And now the default is actually always AI first. And then you have to opt out to have manual controls. So we've seen this transition in other areas. The consumer journeys are always far more interesting, and we will get some surprises along the way, I'm sure. But still, we're following a similar route. The area, like going back to your favorite example around GPay, I think the thing that is important here is when it actually comes to transacting and when money moves around, we are really leaning in terms of what are the guardrails we need to have in place. This is why the protocol was there, and there are many other things we're doing in that space as well.
Yeah. So glad to know that you have a user-centric approach, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that's really good. So Sira is majorly working on establishing guardrails, evaluating solutions and all. So what kind of harms do you see in terms of deploying an agentic AI systems?
Well, as long as you have a human in the loop, I'm a little bit more relaxed about that. So almost every harm, quote unquote, right? Every risk that we talk about in deploying AI models, right? Whether it be transparency, whether it be bias, whether it be out of sample or out of distribution errors that these models make, and so on and so forth, right? And also how these LLMs work, right? So there is always a chance that when you sample from the distribution, you get the bad completion once in a while, and this is something that we keep observing repeatedly. Right. In such instances, having an agentic flow without a human intervention is always going to be a risky proposition, right? In fact, I would say that at no point will I be comfortable, given the state of inductive machine learning that's all of us are working with, right? So at no point will I be comfortable giving away 100% autonomous control to AI models. Right? Always has to be some way in which humans have to come in, and so that is something that we always have to keep in the middle. And if you even look at our governance guidelines, the India's AI governance guidelines, we have basically said trust is important, right? Trust is the foundation, but we also have said that it should always be human first, right? So people first. People are easier way of putting than humans first. Human first looks like the robot wrote it. So people first, and so that's something that we have to keep in mind.
Any other questions to both of you?
No,
mean from each other?
later. She said I should take it before dinner. So.
No, you can ask. Totally fine.
Yeah. So I think my script is done. So whatever that we had today is more interesting, and we hope we'll be able to discuss a lot offline the stage, and yes, we Sirai and Google are working a lot together.
But do people have questions for us? Are we allowed to take questions from the audience? I don't know. Well, I have no problems. It's just no.
Just 5 minutes.
Time. 5 more.
We have
minutes.
5 more.
I have. The
Okay,
next
fine.
thing. Yeah.
Fine. Sorry. Apparently we can't.
Thanks a lot, Vidya, for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for the time.
Thanks, Professor Ram.
Working? No.
Thank you for the engaging session. I request Professor Karthik Raman to felicitate the speakers as well as the moderator. Thank you, Professor. We have a keynote session planned after this. I'm just chatting. Check. Our first keynote speaker is Professor Sriram Natarajan from University of Texas, Dallas. A quick introduction about Professor Srinivasan Natarajan. Srinivasan Natarajan is a professor. Sorry, Sriram Natarajan. I'm sorry. Sriram Natarajan is a professor and the director of a center for ML at the Department of Computer Science at University of Texas, Dallas. He's a AAA AI fellow, Haitian AI fellow, and a RBC Distinguished Fellow at IIT Madras. His research interests lie in the field of artificial intelligence with emphasis on machine learning, statistical relational learning, and AI, reinforcement learning, graphical models, and biomedical applications. He has won several awards, including the President's Teaching Award for Excellence in Graduate Teaching, the Young Investigator Award from the U.S. Army Research Office, several industry awards, and Best Paper awards. I invite you to deliver the keynote address, Professor, and sorry for the mishap.
So, is there a clicker? Oh. Got it. Thank you. Is that good? Okay. So, thank you for the invitation and thanks for the kind introduction. Don't worry about messing up my name. The worst has been Sirim Natrahan. And I had to sit through that when he mentioned my name 10 times as Sirim Natrahan. So this is absolutely nothing. So thank you so much. And yeah, I apologies if for two apologies. One is if I sound a little loopy because I just landed today morning and actually haven't slept in like 30 hours now. And second apology is if you're in the conclave last Wednesday, some of the material covered here is from there, but I think it's extremely relevant to keep reminding of the importance of this topic. So if there is some repetitiveness, I apologize for that one too. So I'm interested in this question of human-allied artificial intelligence. So the question is, can we build AI systems that can seamlessly interact with, learn from, and collaborate with? And in the last few years, I've also added this, can we potentially teach back the human expert? The idea for me is that when we build these AI systems are not in their own world, right? So they are in the human world. And in this human world, they have to constantly keep interacting with the humans. And when you can interact with the humans, there is opportunities to learn everywhere. And we are very good at picking visual cues. We are very good at hopefully fixing mistakes and learning from experience. How can AI systems do that? But then over the last few years, I've also come to realize that we can make some new scientific discoveries that can be that can be conveyed back to the expert. I mean, we in the sense the AI field literally got the Nobel Prize for chemistry, right? So in some sense, we are making these advances, we are making these new discoveries that are changing lives. And I have a personal story myself. We work in healthcare. A few years back, one of our collaborators, Dr. Lakshmi Raman, called me and said, Sriram, we saved a life today. I said, what do you mean we saved a life? You saved a life. And she goes, no, we did, because you told me these 5 things that your boosting model picked up, and all these 5 were hit for a kid who was admitted to the hospital today. So instead of performing the procedure, we waited for the neurologist to come in, because the moment we started the procedure, the neurological injury happened, because that's what we predicted, that if these 5 factors turn out to, something like, let's say blood pressure is greater than 180, blah, 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 then there is a 95% chance of a neurological injury. And that happened. And so the kid was saved that way, right? So the point is that we can make these small discoveries that can, enhance the scientific community. So there is a lot of potential that AI has if done and used correctly, right? But to do it right, we really have to understand where these how these AI systems are used. So one of these things that I covered in the earlier talk, and I've been covering it in every talk that I give right now, is trying to understand the difference between human in the loop and AI in the loop. I think the previous panelist, I think Vidya, she was saying that agentic is an overloaded term. If agentic is overloaded, how about AI? Right? Everything is AI. The AI itself is one of the most overloaded terms. And inside AI, if I ask what is the most overloaded term, it's human in the loop. Right? Pretty much everybody says, I'm doing human in the loop. I'm doing human in the loop. No, flash news. Most of the times it's AI that's in the loop, because the human system is existing for a very, very long time. Not quite an eternity, but for a very long time. And the AI is coming in to help this human system. And now I want to focus on education as with the theme of today's conclave. I want to keep it focused on education. But before that, I want to kind of emphasize the difference between who is in control, right? In an AI in the loop system, the human is in complete control of the system, right? So you can think of any decision support system, whether it is in a clinical decision making. If you deploy a system that's going to help a doctor, it's not like it's a human in the loop system, because the doctor has existed before the AI. Okay, the AI is coming in and it's going to help the doctor with improving the treatment plans that the doctor has been designing. On the other hand, if you take a recommendation system like Netflix, or we talked about Google, let's say YouTube, any of these recommendation systems, and I give this example all the time. We have Netflix at home because of having T-Mobile as our phone connection. We get it for free, and our remote has a Netflix button. Right? I don't even watch Netflix, but somehow that somebody accidentally clicks it, immediately Netflix pops up, and every single time it's 50 Shades of Grey, with and that's the first thing that's dominating our whatever 40-inch TV. And my kid goes, what? And he's 10 years old, right? So, and I go mark it as inappropriate. That is the case of a human in the loop system. Why? The AI is making a decision. I am saying it's appropriate or inappropriate. And why is this distinction important? The distinction is important because, as with education, the evaluation is much, much, much more complex for AI in the loop systems. Okay. Particularly in education, I'm claiming that control has to be with the human. And I'm so pivoting now to AI for education. And I want to make this firm assertion that control needs to be with the human as much as possible. And in that case, evaluation is a much more complex problem than typical machine learning models, because in machine learning, we know how to do evaluations. Okay, and many of these measures, like the area under the curves, are from Second World War. So we know how to draw area under the curves by looking at probabilities of answers, and we know this for a very, very long time, right? So and F1 scores, we have done credibility assessment scores for a very long time. But when we do this in the context of education, we are deploying an AI system in an already existing human system. We have to think deeply about these evaluation metrics. And a classic example are ablation studies. We need to remove these components and understand how these things are changing. And there is a beautiful paper that I actually managed to read just today morning. It's called Beyond Benchmarks, Responsible AI in Education Needs Learning Sciences. Okay, this is in Communications of ACM, and it came in this November. Actually, the article, the magazine came out this December, but the article is in November. And if you need a pointer, I'll send it to you. And they've been, and in the next couple of slides, I'm going to make a lot of points that they are making here. And you need to understand that when we are putting these AI systems inside education, we have to really deeply understand this. And they were actually using, funnily, Google's Gemini as the AI system that it's been integrated with the education. Remember, Notebook LM is too complex for many of these education tasks, right? And there is a beautiful paper that the Google, actually the Google Learn LM team, had published saying towards responsible design. And this came out last year, and it's a really nice paper. And I liked it because they covered many aspects of education in their responsible AI paper. But again, all of this they came at it from a computer science perspective, right? From an AI perspective, from an AI researcher's perspective. See, the one thing about AI researchers, and particularly computer scientists, and no offense, Ravi, is we are all very comfortable sitting in our silos. Okay, we love our whiteboards. All we need are one powerful laptop, infinite amount of coffee, and nothing else. We'll do our research, right? We are very happy doing this. That's why I said one powerful computer, and that that's a loaded term, and I want to leave it at that, right? So and we do our research, right? Give us our whiteboard, give us our coffee, and then we are good. But unfortunately, when you deploy these AI systems, we really need to be thinking deeply about where it is being deployed. And we pretend we understand them, except we don't. Like healthcare is a beautiful example. So many people would come to me and they'll say, imagine an electronic health record. And my answer is, no, I don't have to. I spent 3 years in a hospital trying to get AI into that system, gave up and then moved back to computer science. So I was a faculty in Wake Forest School of Medicine for 3 years, trying to build an informatics group in there. I gave up and I have to move back to computer science. So I don't have to imagine an electronic health record. And I tell my students, anytime a paper starts with imagine a health record, throw it away. Right? Because the idea is we always keep imagining instead of actually seeing at the real problem. So that's, and this is why when we do our evaluations, we don't think about ablation studies as much. We don't think about the cognitive load of the user. We talk about children using AI in education, but how is it affecting their cognitive load? Is it making it better? Is it making it worse? What is happening? When they use it for scheduling, are they actually scheduling it? Or are they becoming, some sort of an ADHD here because of, context switching way too fast? So the question we are trying to ask in many of these learning systems is, can we look at what are the deep psychological evaluation metric, right? Both from a student perspective and from the teacher's perspective. And this particular paper kind of hits those questions very beautifully. And the thing that I want to emphasize every single time is, because we work with healthcare experts now, I feel so humbled because you can see the amount of knowledge that they gain. I don't think the data is going to give me that, because any data that I'm going to look at is inherently biased from a healthcare perspective. And I can only imagine the same thing for education, because what is being taught in the way it's being taught in India is very different from how they are covering it in US. And my friend who recently moved from Singapore claims that the schools in India are much more, what was the exact word he used? Much more result oriented than the schools in Singapore, which I found it very hard to believe, but that was his claim. So the point I'm trying to make is that there is inherent bias in any data collection. And we need to mitigate that bias. We need to understand the bias. To mitigate the bias, we have to work with the domain experts. To understand the bias, we have to sit down with the domain experts, understand where these gaps are, and fill them with our learning algorithms, right? So what would an ideal AI in the loop system for education be, right? So it should focus on learning. it should really focus on the learning aspect. It should not focus on the AI aspect. Okay, so it's not about, and that was a little bit of a disappointment with this towards responsible design paper, because they were talking about how it had a better jump start compared to their earlier version of LLM. Who cares? I mean, it could have a jump start, it could have a higher asymptote, or it could have a steeper learning curve. It doesn't matter, right? What matters in the end is what are the outcomes of this LLM. Are we improving the education system? Are we improving the underlying users' cognitive understanding of what the system was delivering, right? And we need to really think about how the student responds and clearly evaluate based on student outcomes, not based on machine learning outcomes, right? Not based on the AUC PRs and so on. And so for that, we need really to understand the student learning measures and understand these outcome measures as well. But I'm always of the opinion, and that's why, Ravi also referred to me when he said human allied, because I'm always of the opinion that AI and humans are working together, right? So we need experts. And here, the humans are not. And unfortunately, when we think of, we as in the AI developers, we think of humans, we think only of AI developers. But the humans we really are talking about are the experts that we are working with. In this case, education, the teachers, right? Learning sciences experts, right? And I had the privilege of attending the beautiful conference last week at IIT Madras across the road in the Learning Center, where they were talking about all these learning sciences thing. I was there for one session, and it was beautiful because the questions that they are asking are fundamentally on learning outcomes. And we don't seem to be thinking about it when we are building these AI for education systems. And to do that, for instance, I did not even know so many branches of psychology existed. Right? So there is cognitive psychology, educational psychology, social psychology, developmental psychology, motivational research, results and measurement. So these are all different disciplines of psychology for education. And I did not even, know this, and I was completely oblivious of this until I decided to make this presentation. So the point I'm trying to make is that when we are building these learning systems, we are supposed to operate with these people to design appropriate evaluation measures. So if there's one thing that I'm imploring every student who's here attending, think about your evaluation the moment you are thinking about your algorithm. Right? And without a proper evaluation, there's really no algorithm, right? And finally, learning is highly complex, multi-layered, right? So we have to understand to link theory and pedagogical decisions across these different layers of learning, right? So it's basically propagating bottom up. You learn a fundamental concept, and then you kind of build a hierarchy of concepts. And we have to evaluate the AI system at different levels of this hierarchy. And we have to really, it's kind of like peeling an onion. We have to really go through this and make sure that we evaluate these learning systems at different levels. Okay. So, and by the way, this is a paper that I was referring to by Rachel and others at Communications of ACM. So what should it do? I think that we need to really understand concepts from complex literature, right? When I did not get the privilege of doing a bachelor's from IIT Madras. I did it in one of the local engineering colleges, and this was like 5 years back. And for us, when there was an exam, nobody studied for the exam. They only studied for the previous year question papers. The last 3 years of the question. They were so lazy. They did not go even past 3 years. We had 5 years access to question papers with answers, right? So nobody bought the book that they recommended anymore. They used to buy the in T Nagar, Mambalam, they used to sell these question papers copy, right? And we used to buy that. I forgot the name of that. And that's all you needed to know. To me, AI feels like that. Sometimes you're just spitting out what is already existing. Whereas you come and talk to a bunch of professors, and of course, now I'm one. When I set a question paper, I have to really deeply think about, wait, what did I not ask in the last 3 years? Knowing me, right? And I know what I did when I was an undergrad. When I'm sitting an undergrad exam, I'm setting it this way. And so the question is, how can AI do that? How can AI set things that are completely novel from that perspective, where you're going for deeper understanding of the concepts? So think about it, right? For me to set a question paper, I need to know the answer first. So which means I need to know the concept for me to set a new novel question in that concept. Can an AI do that? I'm a little skeptical on some problems, not on all, but on some problems, I'm very skeptical, right? And we also need to always, involve experts to do the accuracy. I think I've pushed that enough, because a software engineer and an AI engineer, certainly my PhD student, have completely forgotten many physics details, right? I mean, simple physics equations, they have completely forgotten. Matrix multiplication, right? People have forgotten that. And so so when we build algorithms, we don't think of evaluating these things. And these are the things that needs to be evaluated in education. So we really need to do that. And finally, we have to figure out and understand how to do iterative, refined, data-driven learning. So in the sense that, why am I emphasizing this? If you build a model and that model is going to take, I don't know, $1 trillion to retrain, because there are some people like Sam Altman who can go to the Congress and say, give me $720 billion, I'll build you this next step. If I have to pay you 700 billion to take one next step, then that's too much, right? So we need to continuously refine and iterate learning so that it's done more effectively and efficiently. And so to do that, I think that we have to really ground the goal of both the learners and the context clearly, and then build an algorithm, and of course involve multiple diverse expertise, and finally think about comprehensive evaluation before releasing the tools. And I think with that, I'm done, and I'm ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Professor. I'm Tim Persons from PwC. It was excellent talk and nice work. By the way, I was at Wake Forest as well. So
wow.
Yeah. Anyway, just wanted to ask, would you say more about how you might set the learner in context? I really, I love what you're saying. I'm trying to be as concrete as possible.
Right.
Maybe with any examples or stories or things that you've done out of your research. Thank you.
No, that's a great question, right? So first, I was there in Wake Forest just 2 weeks back. I was in the main campus for 2 days. They had the AI days. It was fun. Second is, that's a great question, right? So context depends truly both on the problem and the query that we are trying to pose. So I'll give you a very simple example. In one of the problems that we learned, and I'm moving away from education to healthcare because I can concretely ground there. We came up with an hypothesis which basically said, higher is the education level of a woman, higher is the chances of gestational diabetes. So the probability of getting diabetes during pregnancy is higher if the woman has a PhD. And I was like, wait, what? This just doesn't make any sense. And then I gave it to the doctor, and the doctor started laughing. David Haas at Regan Street. He said, Sriram, you are looking at not the broader electronic health record cohort. You're looking at the Hoosier Mom, which is the Bloomington, Indiana University. I was a faculty at Indiana. And you're looking at the Indiana University cohort. In that cohort, anybody with a PhD was actually post tenure, because apparently most of them, in US academia, you have to get your tenure, right? And most of the women faculty tend to wait till their tenure to get the child. Right. So and it's the first child that they were looking at. So they're saying the first time pregnancy of a woman was 35 plus. And that is the reason why the gestational diabetes chances are high. So it's the age that is directly correlated, not the education level. But there was in that cohort a 1:1 this thing. And then we flipped it and looked at a Haryana cohort with Professor Himanshu Sinha here. The story was reversed. There was a direct relation between age and BMI, which means the older the Indian woman was, the higher was her chances of BMI. And I was also like, this was not the case in any of the other cohorts. We looked at Brazilian, some in Europe, and some in US. And the answer was very simple. In the cohort that we looked at, the more because it was a pregnancy cohort, the older woman had multiple pregnancies. So her BMI had increased by then. So the point is, these are the context in which the reasoning system has to ground its model when it's making a recommendation. I cannot tell a 35-year-old woman, go back to 18 and get pregnant. That's not an intervention, right? But what is a good intervention is telling a Hispanic woman, please reduce your BMI, else you have a very high chance of
gestational diabetes. So the reasoning system should be able to ground its its reasoning algorithm in the context of the problem that it's looking at. And all I'm trying to say is that the problem with many of these AI tools, these giant AI tools, is they're missing that context. They are kind of like this Lord of the Rings, wandering to rule them all philosophy, rather than saying there is this particular aspect. Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you. Anything else?
Any other questions?
Okay, thanks.
Our second keynote speaker is Mr. Jibu Ilyas. Jibu Ilyas is a renowned expert in AI policy, safety, and global governance, recognized as the foremost authority on India's AI ecosystem. With a career dedicated to shaping responsible AI frameworks, he has actively worked at the intersection of policy, governance, and AI safety, ensuring that AI benefits everyone, not just a select few. Currently, Jibu leads the Responsible Computing Challenge in India at the Mozilla Foundation, driving efforts to embed ethical AI practice in education and industry. He was one of the chief architects of India AI, where he served as the head of content and research for 5 years, playing a pivotal role in unifying India's AI ecosystem. I request you to deliver the keynote address, sir.
There is this book by Dan Pink called When. I don't know any of you have read it. It says that 3 p.m. is the worst time of the day. It's the lowest in terms of productivity moods for human. The book even goes and say that the Titanic sank because the Captain Ernest Smith made a decision at 3 p.m. the day before. So I will try to be short and to the point. So my work these days focus around how AI systems interact with institutions, society, economy, and the humans in general, especially in education, and what it means in long term, especially in from a global south context. So to give a brief idea about what Mozilla has been doing in India, Mozilla Foundation, we ran a program called Responsible Computing Challenge. So in India, it started with one question. So few years back, NASCOM, which was my previous employer, came up with a report saying that almost 70% of freshly graduate computer science students in India are unemployable in the industry. And it raises a question, why is that so? And many of us are privileged to be here in IIT Madras, one of the top most institutions in our country, one of the topmost institute in the world, I will say. But beyond that, when you go beyond the IITs, go beyond NITs, when we come to the area of private universities, is a different story. I have been traveling across India, going to tier 1, tier 2 cities, interacting with private university faculties, students, and it's a different reality on their curriculum, the quality of education, and many things. So this led us to another question: how does computer science education or education in general looks like in an AI world? And so we realized the importance lies in, as speakers before me said, in interdisciplinary approach. And as a result, we worked with 9 universities in India building an interdisciplinary computing curriculum, which is deployed. And the results were we trained 1,000 plus students, 100 plus faculty members, upskilled on AI integrated pedagogy, cross-disciplinary engagement across engineering, computer science, humanities, literature, accessibility, and environmental sciences. So as a result, some of our students produced multiple solutions and products. One is web-based, which got a patent from the government of India, which is deployed across 84 countries in the world, which is a AI accessibility tool. We also worked with students from very challenging conditions, like students from Dharavi. We have taken teams of students from very marginalized communities and empowered them. They have built numerous apps and solutions which are now being funded to us startups such as PhysioPlay, FinSage, and many others. And one of our interesting success story came recently when another solution developed by a student from Ashoka University called Civink, which was deployed in the Nanjankode district in Karnataka, making it the first Nagra Sabha to fully digitize civic data. So this is what we have been doing. And now we are continuing our work through trying to provide AI and data literacy for women from marginalized groups, especially from tribal groups. We've been empowering leaders of self-help groups in Telangana, Warangal belt as well. So this is what we have been doing. Now we'll come to something interesting we did. Throughout this day, we were talking about how AI is going to change, AI is going to use in education. What we were trying to do in last few months is to understand how AI is changing education, how it is changing the perspective of teachers and students. So a month back, we brought 72 folks in a single room, including teachers, students, research fellows, and academic administrators, and asked these questions. Where should we draw the line in terms of AI use in academia? What is the best practices and what are the wrong practices? And we kept an open discussion. And what we learned is that many of the students and faculties are concerned about cognitive atrophy. That's been one of the major concerns the students and faculty had as a result of overreliance on AI systems. As discussed before, many of the faculty and students believe that the current examination models, particularly the written models, and the rote learning process are fundamentally incompatible with AI native learning patterns. There's a lot of debate around faculty preparedness and pedagogical divide, and how AI can be a learning facilitator. And most importantly, the anxiety students had about jobs and skill relevance. So to quote what Professor Ravi sir was mentioning before about 5-year experience, I think there was a recent paper called Canaries in Coal Mine, which points out that there is a total elimination of entry-level jobs in recent years. And it doesn't limit to computer science jobs. I come from my journalism background. Now, many of the organizations doesn't even deploy junior journalists. They use AI tools such as Fathom to do their work. But interestingly, it was what interested me is the workarounds many of these faculty members have created in a way to resist AI, or somehow to work around the students using heavily on AI in terms of assignments. One faculty member started to give something called micro assignments, which is like if you finish a particular part of curriculum, immediately they were given a small assignment which includes a creative work. So that's one thing some of them did. Some of them now give academic papers printed and give it to them to make them sit and read in the class. So there's a lot of resistance happening from one side. But at the same side, also, students also have a different perspective these days. Many students we spoke with believe that an AI is much better in a much better learning facilitator than many of their current faculty members. At the same time, faculty members are saying students are overconfident and arrogant these days. As a result, they believe they can access anything they want at their fingertips. The interesting part was when we were going in a round table and a law student, LLB student started talking. He was quite confident that his job will be safe because he's a lawyer. He's not a engineer or software engineer or an English literature student. But the next person who sat next to him immediately said that they have made a lawyer LLM, which will essentially file cases, help you file cases and affidavits in court. So this is something we've been trying to do now. But there are a lot of opportunities as well, we realize. Many of them believe AI can be a very good in augmenting education, creating an augmented education model, right? Simulation labs, personalized learning. Importantly, role playing. That's something is coming up in many of the consultations we did for psychology, law, and medical education students. One of the other main thought process, including how we can rethink classrooms, focusing into creativity focused works, and institutional reform overall. I think we are very much due for that. So this is what we have been doing. We are continuing this work across Global South. We will be hosting some of these roundtables again in India, different parts of India, and some of the other countries we are working with, including Kenya, South Africa. And before I wrap up, my 2 cents will be that it's important that we are living in a time where it's important that we hear from the other side also. The students also should be included in this conversation, which I'm feeling is very lacking. And times have changed and students have also changed. So yeah, I'll stop it here. Thank you very much.
Any questions for
Okay. So from your vantage point, right? So you mentioned that entry-level jobs are getting eliminated. So where do you see AI kind of negatively impacting hiring?
Well, I have looked into many of the reports that came up recently. International Labor Organization or even IMF has published a couple of reports where the head of IMF said that it's going to be not a wave, it's going to be a tsunami regarding the job displacement. I have literally witnessed many of the entry jobs, like the one I mentioned. So previously, in many of the journalist organizations, I worked as a junior journalist as well. We used to sit around the editors. So the editors will do the big talk. The juniors will watch and learn, take notes. So the editors will be telling, "Hey, call this guy, get that quote. You do that, you do this." And this was a major learning process for junior journalists. That's a hands-on learning process. Now, one of the journalist organizations I helped found, they don't have any junior journalists. They put this AI tool in the middle on the phone. They sit around, they do the same conversation. And I think there are many tools like that right now. Otter is another one. It will transcribe everything. It will give you the task. It will identify everything, right? You can identify the task. It can identify the suggestions. It can dictate the speakers. As a result, and it will give you the whole transcript immediately. Usually it takes another 1 day for the journalist to put the transcript, the junior journalist. So this is a job that I have seen vanish in front of my eyes, literally. Similarly, yeah.
The same thing.
Yeah.
Where the doctor is basically, when I go see the doctor, nowadays he holds this microphone, goes to his thing, and he basically the patient is X-year-old with this complaint, blah, we need to do this. But the thing is that every time I go, the speech is exactly hitting the same points.
Yeah.
So it's not a random conversation from which it's coming. So my question is that, is it possible that the journalists, the way these meetings happen, they go through these tasks as in buckets, or however you want to think about it, but essentially in a more organized fashion rather than a completely. So I'm trying to understand where these entries.
I will give you another example. Since you mentioned the medical, the healthcare, there used to be a very thriving industry in India called the medical transcript takers. I have met with many of them, and the whole segment has been gone. Bangalore, there used to be multiple organizations. Now it barely exists. That's another area. I mean, I don't know if that job had adding value or not, but it's a level of job has been seen. And there are some jobs we consider to be safe. There's a story published a few months back about this gentleman called Kamalesh Kamtekar, this Mumbai car. he was a deputy creative director in a marketing company. He lost his job and he couldn't get another job. This is a case with many graphic designers I have seen. They have significant loss in their income. And now Kamalesh is, what has he done is he bought an auto, he's driving an auto. He's an auto rickshaw driver. It was, I mean, I believe every job has its dignity and value, but for him to move in that sector from what he loved to do. Similarly, many jobs that we thought for a while was untouchable, right? For example, in where I come from, Kerala, where there is a trend of young people learning farmers, bee farm. So they learn bee farm, then they go abroad and become pharmacists because it's a job. But here, we don't deploy all the way pharmacists in our medical stores, but there, you know that, you require that. But now I'm seeing that in China and all, they don't need pharmacists anymore. You just scan a QR code to a machine. It just automatically picks up the pills and give it to you. So, I mean, it's automation also included. So it's been multiple wave after wave. And the larger question is, I'm also concerned is, what do we say to these youngsters, right? When they come and ask, like, should I take this course? Will there be a job? Copywriters, right? I will give you a statistic. BA English Literature used to be one of the glamorous, undergraduate courses. I mean, I applied for BA English Literature in Loyola College, and I didn't get it, and they put me in BA History, and that's how I studied history. So, but now the intake has been reduced by 80% in many colleges. There are no students for courses like BA English Literature. So I think it's all plays into the larger picture. Any more questions? Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Karthik Suri was supposed to be our third keynote speaker for the day, but unfortunately he couldn't be here for some reasons. I request Professor Karthik Raman to deliver the closing address. That brings us to the end of today's session.
Hey, so thanks everyone. I think there have been so many AI events that have been going on, and especially in AI for education. I'm really glad that CIRI has been leading the way here with so many events in just the last few weeks, right? And this is probably the second closing address I'm delivering in 2 weeks already. And I think it's been wonderful. It's great to see the participation from everyone, and a lot of optimism and a lot of positivity around the use of AI. I think we all recognize the challenges, but looks like we're in for some very interesting times. Yeah. I have the honor of thanking a lot of people, starting with our Dean ACR, Professor Ashwin Mahalingam, our keynote speakers, Timothy Persons, Bhushan Sethi, Sriram Natarajan, and Jibu Elias. Special thanks to all those people who managed to, including myself, who managed to fly down from Delhi, braving really bad weather conditions and aircraft scheduling. And big thanks to all the panelists and moderators who I think made it really enjoyable today. Vidya Srinivasan and Professor Ravi for the engaging fireside chat. I think we all enjoyed it. We also thank all the other delegates who are here for our closed doors roundtable later in the day. I think a lot of them have put on efforts to travel all the way. Of course, we are really grateful to India AI Mission, METI, and a big thanks to the team from Google, DFL, and of course, our own CRI folks. Big shout out to all the operations, events, admin management team, right from AV, photography, and of course, Srivatsan, and all those people who've been working hard, making sure everything's going smoothly from WSI, ICSR, and everyone else at IIT Madras who've helped run this event smoothly. Thank you all, and we hope to see you yet again very soon in another exciting event which should be on the cards. Thank you.
Before we conclude, I just request everyone to please rise for the national anthem.
तव शुभ में जागे शुभ आशीष गाहे तव जन गण जन गण मंगल गान जय हे भारत जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
Thank you, everyone. We have some coffee arranged at Annex Hall, which is right outside this hall. And please remember to collect your belongings from Hall 2. Thank you.
Anyway, for. Glad you went in Dallas. Yeah.
So for the folks who were invited for the roundtable sessions, we request you to please assemble in the front of this building. We have some transportation arranged to go to NAC 2, which is the venue for the roundtable sessions. So you can have your refreshments first and then assemble in front.